Good morning and welcome to another full day of learning and growing at the Department of the Air Force's first Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility, or DEIA Conference. I am Major Heather Brooks from the Air Force Medical Readiness Agency, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for the conference today. Today, we have a packed agenda with many great keynote speakers. Our first speaker today will be the Secretary of the Air Force, Honorable Frank Kendall. Secretary Kendall will open up for a question and answer session following his speech, so please enter your great questions into the YouTube chat. Honorable Kendall is the 26th Secretary of the Air Force, responsible for organizing, training, and equipping the U.S. Air and Space Forces. In this capacity, he directs the Department of the Air Force's annual budget exceeding $173 billion, provides air and space forces to combatant commanders for global military operations, and is accountable for the welfare of nearly 700,000 active duty, Guard, Reserve, and civilian airmen and guardians and their families. Please welcome Honorable Frank Kendall.
Hello, everybody. Am I coming through okay?
Got you loud and clear, sir.
Great, thank you. Pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm sitting here next to my speechwriter, who is probably one of the most frustrated people in the world, because it's very hard for us to kind of end up in the same place somehow. She's smiling at that, and she knows what I'm talking about, because I tend to ad-lib a lot on her, and I'm going to do that today. I thought a great deal about how to have a useful conversation with you this morning. And initially, I had a written speech, which was about the importance of this area, DEIA, and about how much we value your work and how important it is as a priority to us as leaders of the department, which would have been fine. But I thought I wanted to do something that I thought might resonate a little bit more with the group. And I thought I'd talk about empathy, which I think is at the heart of our ability to make progress in this area. And it's empathy for each other, and particularly as leaders, we're leading a diverse team. And I thought, okay, that will be fine. And I've got my speech already got me some nice articles about that, which I read and thought were very helpful and would point us in the right direction. But then I thought, well, where do we get empathy from? We get it from our experiences. So we get it, some of it I think is hardwired into us as people, others it's from our experiences. And it's also to a great extent, I think, from stories we hear or have heard, or things that have happened to us over our life, which have helped us grow and build empathy. So where I've ended up this morning is what I want to do is tell you a few personal stories. I'm going to talk to you about some experiences I've had over my decades of life that are relevant to what we're trying to do here, and talk about the journey that I've been on. But it's also a journey that both the military and the country have been on with regard to diversity, equity, inclusion, and even accessibility. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to be, my son, who's 7 years old, has been watching Princess Bride lately, over and over, actually. So I'm sort of going to be your Peter Falk this morning and tell you stories, and we'll see how it goes. My first story is let me give you a little bit of background first. I grew up in a very small New England town, about 1,000 people, farming community. There was not a Black person in the town. I went to high school later on in a larger town where there were people who didn't look like me. I don't know if there were any gay people or trans people or not, because if they were, they weren't telling anybody about it. And there were certainly women there, but it was the 50s and 60s. It was a more traditional time than what we think of that now. It was also a time of great change socially in the country. And I grew up as a member of a congregational church, which was, if you know anything about the history of New England, and that church was a leader in the abolitionist movement once upon a time, very into social justice and things like that. So I had a good foundation in those ideals, if you will, which was helpful to me as I went on. So that's sort of where I came from. I had a very limited experience. I didn't travel. My family didn't travel. So, and we always lived in the same place. So my first story is about my first trip to the South. And it happened in 1966, which is, I know, before anybody who's listening was born, probably. And it was eye-opening to me in a pretty profound way. I went with a friend who I had made a first year of college. I was at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute before I went to West Point. And a friend I'd come to know there invited me down to his home for winter break. And I got my first exposure to virulent racism, to really deeply entrenched attitudes of white supremacy, essentially. And but my friend was white. He happened to be Jewish, but he was white. And in the small town he lived in, I got to know some of his friends from high school and so on, and hang out with them. None of his friends were Black. And the people in that, and I heard from some of those people who lived there and saw firsthand for the first time their attitudes towards people who weren't like that, and it appalled me. But there's something I didn't do, and that is I didn't speak up. I didn't say anything about it. I think my heart was in the right place, but I didn't do anything that would be characterized as Dr. Kendall does as anti-racist. I wasn't being racist myself. I was being passive, but I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything at the time. I mean, I was not going to make excuses for that, but it's just an observation about where I was and what I did. That's something to think about. My second story is about, fast forward quite a few years to 1990 or so. And I'm in the Pentagon on my first job. And this is a story I told at the Juneteenth event that we had here in the Pentagon. And it was a story about, I was checking out at CVS in the Pentagon, and I was standing in line, and I picked up a copy of what best I can remember was probably Jet magazine. And I flipped through it, and I noticed how all the stories seemed to be about race in some way. And I walked out of the, the checkout zone, out of the CVS, and I walked down the hall, and I'm thinking to myself as I'm going back to my office, gee, Black people think about race a lot, which to me was sort of as a white male, a revelation, because I didn't think about race at all. It wasn't part of what affected me very much. I think that in some ways you could characterize the fact that I didn't have to think about race at all as a privilege that I had. It wasn't a big factor in my life as far as I knew, anyway. So it's part of my growing awareness of what people who might not be quite like me experienced and thought about and what affected their lives. My next story is, and these tend to be about race because that's kind of what the experience I've had. I can say a little bit about other things in a moment. My next story is also about race, and it occurred in 1997 in New England again. And I'm buying a house, and I was divorced by then. I had two sons. One of them was in high school, and the other had gone on to college. And the one in high school decided he wanted to live with me, and so I needed a place where I could go to a good school district and have room for my son. So I was looking for a house, and I was shown a house that I liked. It was in a kind of a New England town that had really good school districts and looked like a nice place to live. And the real estate woman who was showing me the house, middle-aged woman, white, and I called a friend of mine that I was dating at the time. And I said, I think I might want to buy this house. Come on over and take a look at it and tell me what you think. So she came over and she brought her daughter, and she and her daughter both white, but her daughter had a friend with her that day who was Black. And my significant other and her daughter and her Black friend walked into the house to look around. And what I saw was the expression on that real estate agent that I will never forget. It looked a great deal like the expressions and the attitude that had been expressed 30 years earlier in 1966, when racism was much more established as sort of a norm in the United States than supposedly it is today. Now, this is only about 25 years ago. So what happened on that attempt to buy a house was I made an offer. My offer was not accepted. It was not countered, and there was no more communication with that real estate agent. I am quite convinced that I experienced housing discrimination. I have no doubt of it at all. Couldn't prove it, I'm sure. But I think that's what I experienced. I also had an experience, and it happens to be, these tend to be another real estate one, where I had bought a house, and it was in a southern state. And I was about to buy it. I had made an offer, it had been accepted, and I was about to close. And my wife and I are standing outside in the yard of this house. And it turns out there was a black family, an older family in the house next to us. And my real estate agent looked at that person. I'm not trying to be negative on real estate agents here. So there are a lot of nice real estate agents who are not biased at all out there. And she looked at me and said, "Do you still want to buy the house?" And I said, yes. I don't regard that as an act of high courage or anything like that. But it was the thought that passed through my head at the time was you need to act in accordance with your principles. And my principle was on justice and equality and non-discrimination, and I wasn't going to be influenced by the fact that in a deep southern state whether somebody was black living next to me or not in terms of buying a house. So I'll give myself a little better grade maybe for that one than I did for the earlier one, 20 years earlier or so. My next story, and this will be my last one, and then I'm going to make a couple of other remarks, is about 2021, come forward almost to the front. It's a story about a conversation I had with Senator Ted Cruz. And my political and legal advisors are going, "Oh man, he's not going to talk about that." But I am. It was actually a pretty good conversation. Senator Cruz was not on the committee that oversees confirmation, but I was up for confirmation. I hadn't come into this job yet. And we got word that he wanted to talk to me. And I said, okay. You don't say no to senators, all right? So particularly if you want them to vote for you. So I went and met with him in the Capitol, and I had to wait for him for about an hour. And he came into his little room that he has in the basement of the Capitol where they have meetings sometimes, and sat down next to me. He looked straight ahead. I was sitting next to him. And what he said was, "So what do you think about critical race theory?" I thought, that's an interesting question. I said, I wonder where this conversation is going to go. It actually went reasonably well. What I told him was that I didn't know a great deal about critical race theory. And he said, well, let me tell you about it. So he went into a spiel about what he thought it was. And I said, well, I'm not going to, if I'm confirmed, I'm not going to be teaching people in the Air Force that white people should all be feeling guilty about their racism or the history of slavery in the United States. That's not something we expect. I do want people to be treated fairly and equitably. And I do want to have an environment in which everybody can be valued and reach their full potential and serve their country to the maximum capability that they have. And he seemed okay with that. And then we went into a conversation about race, which was actually an interesting conversation. What I tried to do with him was try to give him some empathy about people who are not like him necessarily or like me. And so I gave him a few examples. I talked about the recent experience that happened in Virginia at the time where an officer in uniform, a black officer in uniform, had been stopped by the police, and he had driven for a couple of miles after the police came up behind him to try to get to a place that was well lighted where there'd be other people, because he didn't want to be stopped by the police out in a road in the middle of nowhere in the dark, because he was afraid. And I told Senator Cruz that, I've been stopped by the police a lot, Senator, and I've never been afraid. I've never been worried about what's going to happen to me. I've worried about having to pay a fine, getting a ticket. And I've tried to figure out how I could talk myself out of getting a ticket. And I've done that, but I have never sat there in fear of the person who's going to walk up to the car wearing a gun. And the point I made to him was a lot of Americans don't have that experience. They have a very different experience when they're stopped by the police, and a lot of different concerns than we do. Ted Cruz is, Hispanic, but he understood that. I think he understood what I was trying to tell him. So we talked about that. We talked about, I think I may have told him my CBS story about race affects people differently than it does other people, and that we should be aware of that and be conscious of that and act on that. And it's not just about the rules. That we're not done with our journey in the United States, and it does affect people differently. So anyway, we went on for about 20 minutes on this, and then when we got up to leave, I said to Senator Cruz, and I thought that was a good conversation. I thought we had a good exchange, and I didn't hear him say this, but he's walking away. My aide who was with me said he mumbled kind of to himself, "Yeah, it was a good conversation." So I don't know if I made any. I deepened Senator Cruz's empathy or not, but that was what I tried to do. So again, I acted. I did my best to have a conversation that was constructive and may have led both of us hopefully to a better place. So those are my stories. And the point of all this is that we're all on a journey. We're all trying to gain greater understanding. There are a lot of things we can do to kind of grow personally. The other thing that I've done a lot is I've read a lot. I've talked to a lot of people. If we're going to change our culture and improve it in a way which makes it more welcoming, more open and more equitable, and get better results which aren't as disparate as some of the results we're getting now, we're going to have a lot of these conversations. We're going to have to think carefully about why we do the things we do, what biases we might be bringing to the table, even if we're not aware of them. We got a fair amount of work to do here, and it's hard work. There are things that I think contribute to having greater levels of empathy and that we can encourage each other to do and try to support each other in. I think we need to read and try to understand people who aren't like us that way. Some of the most influential books that I've read are autobiography of Malcolm X, for example, and Kenny's book on how to be an anti-racist more recently. But it helps us gain some understanding from people who aren't like us about what it's like to be them, what their lives are like. We can listen, we can talk to people and we can listen. And it goes both ways. It's like some of the conversations that I just talked about. And I think most of all, we can act. We can act and respond when we see things that aren't consistent with our values. And don't just ignore them. Don't just be passively opposed, be actively opposed to the kinds of comments and things. And this covers, I've talked mostly about race, but it applies to sexism, it applies to gender, it applies to people of different sexualities, it applies to a whole lot of things. It applies even to people who are maybe not as able as some of us. So there's a whole range of things we can do there. I talked on Juneteenth about the American journey, and particularly in that case with regard to race, and how, step one is sort of get the rules right. Let's not have laws that make it less equitable countries, and let's not have regulations that inherently do that. Then we got to work on the behaviors. We got to work on what people, how people act and what they say. But over time, what we're going to have to do is change attitudes. We're going to have to make people more empathetic. We're going to have to have people appreciate that people who aren't like them have a lot to contribute and a lot of value, and that we want all of that potential realized and people to grow and to be their full selves as they move forward. So we can make a lot of progress. I'm delighted to be here and talk to you. I'm going to take some time for questions here in a minute. If you're here, it's because you care about this. So thank you. You are acting, you are doing something, you're participating in this. And I think you'll get a lot out of this conference that you can take back to your organizations and work with as you go there. This is the hardest part of our journey, I think. It's the journey to really, truly change in a way which is internal and deeply rooted into our culture. And that's going to take some time and effort, but we can get there. To give you a sense of how far we may have come, you remember my 1966 story and what life was like then. I went to West Point when it was all male. I graduated with an all male class. I came back a few years later and women were part of the Cadet Corps, and they are today. And this year I was at the graduation from the Air Force Academy with a very large fraction of women. We just changed our goal there to increase the fraction of women or less well-represented groups, both on gender and other bases. So we're going to move in that direction, but it's not just about numbers. It's about a lot more than numbers. And if you get the other things right, the numbers will take care of themselves ultimately. The level of consciousness needs to be raised across the organization. We did the disparity reviews just about the time I came in. They were started generally before I arrived, but they've been very valuable. And we're learning from that and going to continue to measure our progress in this area. But it's clear that we've got a long way to go. Now, I'm a member of a senior leadership team that includes a gay woman of color who talked to you yesterday. It includes a Black man who's top of his profession in the military. So that's a lot of visible evidence that we can point to that there are opportunities for people that you can grow and reach your full potential in this organization. But the data shows that on the whole, we still got a lot of progress to make. So we should feel good about where we are, but we should also feel challenged by the things that we have that remain for us to do. And with that, I'm going to stop and let you ask me a bunch of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kendall. And I'm just going to read this first one here. So the first question is, can you talk about your human rights experience and the work you did with Amnesty International?
Yeah, sure. I got involved with Amnesty International about 1997, I think, and I had contributed to the organization before that, and I liked their work. Their traditional work is on political prisoners, and the organization, which has a Nobel Prize, was founded in the 60s with the idea that letter writing campaigns, this is before anything was digital, right? That letter writing campaigns would be an effective tool to secure the release of political prisoners. And Amnesty was started out as an organization dedicated to political rights, freedom of the press, freedom of association, et cetera, freedom of speech, and countering regimes which denied those basic human rights. And they did it with a mechanism that at first some people scoffed at, but which turned out to be very effective. It was essentially about shaming regimes into letting people out of jail. And it had a lot of effectiveness. And over time, the organization expanded to take on a lot of other issues as well as that one. And I got involved with them initially as an advisor. There was one way you can get involved with charities if you give them money, and they notice that, and then they bring you in to try to get more money from you. So if any of you are in a position to want to be involved with the charity, that's a great way to get in the door. So anyway, I got in the door that way, and then I became, because of my military background and so on, and my interest in human rights, a member of an advisory board that they had. I'm going to tell you another funny story about Amnesty International in a minute, my military background, which I know you'll find amusing. So Amnesty had a board of directors, which was elected by the membership. And people were encouraging me to run for it because I didn't have the usual Amnesty International background. I was an Army officer. I was an engineer. I worked for a defense company. I'd worked in government as an SES by then. So I ran for the board. And the way you run for the board is you write a little blurb about your background and why it would be good to have you on the board. So my blurb talked about my military and defense industry background and how that would be a valuable perspective on the board, which I thought was true. The membership, I think, thought I was the enemy because of that. So for 2 years, I ran for the board kind of with that kind of a background slate, and I skipped a year. And I was encouraged to try one more time. So I said, okay. By then, I had built up sort of a human rights record, and my blurb on myself said nothing whatsoever about my military background or my industry background, and I was elected to the board finally. So I got there eventually, but I had to be circumspect in how I talked about my background. And I really enjoyed my experience on the board there. The pressure was on Amnesty International to cover a large spectrum of rights. And I could spend an hour talking about this. I had, in the meantime, somewhere gone to law school, and I had focused on human rights work as in law school. That was the reason I went to law school. I wanted to work on human rights. After the Cold War ended, I felt that we had achieved this enormous victory of democracy versus authoritarianism, and that that fight was over. We had won that fight. Little did I know. But anyway, I wanted to continue the fight for civil society. And I felt that in wearing a uniform and in serving with the Department of Defense of the United States, I had been championing freedom, basically. It was a fundamental value. And so I wanted to continue that work. I didn't see anything whatsoever inconsistent between working in the military in the United States and being a human rights activist. Although some people did look a little awry at me for that. Anyway, I got on the board, and I did normal board work for a couple of years before I came into government last time. And I can spend a lot of time talking about the interesting internal politics of Amnesty International. It's a very interesting organization. It does a lot of good work. I went to law school so I could do human rights work as a lawyer. I didn't want to just do it as another citizen, although that's certainly a way you can do it. But I felt that and I've always had an interest in law, so even though I'm fundamentally an engineer. So I went to law school and did some asylum work there, and as a part of a clinic. I enjoyed that work. And what I wanted to do after I graduated, got my license to be a lawyer, was to do a mix of individual casework and some policy work in the human rights area. So I worked with other organizations that do both of those sorts of things as in addition to amnesty. And I did that part-time while I was doing other things, all on a pro bono basis. And until I came back into government in 2010. Then I got back into that work a little bit in the 4 years I was out after the Obama administration. But anyway, it's been, I think, a very fulfilling. One of the most fulfilling things I've ever done is to represent somebody in court in an asylum case and gain them the right to stay in the United States and not be deported and forced to go to a country where they would be killed. My first client was from West Africa. He and his wife were trying to get asylum here. His father had been disappeared there was a coup against the government. His father was active with the previous government and had been disappeared. He had gotten active. My client had gotten active trying to find his father and recover him. He had been imprisoned and tortured, and he had been released eventually, and then came to the United States seeking asylum. I also had cases of women who were another West African case, and I'm worked on cases from the Middle East of people who were going to be. This is pretty depressing stuff, but one of my clients had been captured by rebels. She had been in a relationship with a UN peacekeeper, an officer, and she had seen her parents killed in front of her. She'd been raped, basically taken into prison, become a prisoner and a sex slave for the rebels, and had managed to escape when an air attack occurred on their compound. Eventually got to the United States, was trying to stay here and not be deported back to where all that had happened to her. Another case was a woman who was from the Middle East, whose family was going to kill her because she wouldn't marry the person they wanted her to marry, a much older man, in a forced marriage. So if you don't feel lucky to live in the United States, you should. We live in a country that has an awful lot to offer. And doing some work with people like this really brings that home to you. Anyway, that's my human rights story, very, very shortly.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our next question is, as BMT is part of making citizens into airmen, have we looked at some level of unconscious bias or DEI training in the BMT curriculum?
We really should address that. I'm not sure if I get the question right, and I think we are. And there are things, I saw one, I think, in your program, I read about somewhere, about how asking people how they imagine somebody there was a sentence, if I remember right, I don't remember what it was, something about, the officer pulled over the person for speeding or for something, right? And what is the first image that comes into your mind when you hear that sentence? What's it look like? Who do the people look like? And it sort of reveals your expectations for what people might have in a certain role. And it tells you something about your own biases, maybe. I think there are a lot of things we can do about that. I think we all have biases. I have no doubt that I have them. We don't necessarily like to confront them. And I think there are things we can do to make people aware of them and help them understand their own biases. And it shows up in our disparity review. And it shows up in things like, is a leader more willing to have a conversation with somebody who is like them about the thing they did that they shouldn't have done than to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't look like them? And I think that may be a natural tendency that we're not even aware of that we're doing, right? But when you look at this, who gets religious reprimand for something versus who doesn't, right? That can very much be a factor, as opposed to dealing with them more impersonally and formally, when having a conversation with them might be, in all cases, the right thing to do. So it's an area that it's what I said about the part of the journey now, which is much deeper. It's not about the rules. It's not even about the obvious behaviors. It's about the more deeply seated things that we're doing that perpetuate bias in some cases or reflect it. And we might not even be aware that we're doing that.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is, do you think empathy is blocked by unconscious bias? How do we structure our formations with not just empathetic leaders, but aware leaders that can see value in a person, even when they are different?
Yeah, I think like we just talked about, some of the tools that are available there to help us learn more and understand ourselves. And I think we all carry around prejudices and then that's a negative word, but I think we all carry around preconceived notions about things or expectations. And we all are forced in life to operate many times on sparse information, right? And so we develop inherently, assumptions that fill in the blanks for us, right? And I think we have to learn. And it's not, we don't always know where these things came from. One of my great, I think, pieces of self-awareness, which is general, is that our subconscious dictates a lot more of our behavior than we realize. And basically, the way I've seen this, I'll give you a quick story on this, it reflects this. Our feelings come first. And then we have thoughts that basically support our feelings. And it's a way we deal with cognitive dissonance, basically. But my story is about an article I read a long time ago, which I thought was one of the most insightful pieces of political writing I'd ever seen. It was about a study that was done by an American university on an election in, I think, Romania. And this was in the Wall Street Journal decades ago. But basically, what the study did was it took a group of random Americans who did not speak Romanian, had never been to Romania, didn't know anything about Romania, zero connection. And he had them all watch speeches by political candidates for president of Romania. And there were 6 candidates. And then they had the vote. And they didn't, and the sound was turned off. So they had nothing but visual cues from these people. That was it. Not only did they pick the winner, they had the exact same statistics as the actual election had, which was, to me, an amazing thing about how we look at it. When we had to all wear masks, and a lot of us still are, I hated that because I was losing all those visual cues I was getting about what somebody was really thinking. But the moral of the story is that we make judgments about people based on how they look to us. And then we act on those judgments. But if it's an election, you're not going to say, I voted for so-and-so because I like the way he looked. You're going to say, I voted for so-and-so because of the following 6 reasons. So we rationalize the feeling that we have, we come up with a logic that supports the feeling, but the feeling comes first. And it's the feeling that actually, in many cases, is driving how we behave. So that's very important for us all to recognize. I think it is particularly important in the DEIA world to understand our own views. And again, unconscious bias comes in this very strongly.
Thanks for that insight, sir. Our next question is, Mr. Secretary, we continue to say we need to have a conversation. The facts are clear. When is the Air Force going to move the ball forward in promoting deserving minorities, specifically Black women, to senior ranks, SES, and general officer?
The answer is we are. The numbers in some areas we're focused particularly on the operations fields where the representation of certain groups is very small comparatively. CQ Brown has talked about how the numbers of Black pilots, for example, is similar to what it was when he came in to the service. Now we haven't been able to move that much. We're working very hard to do that. We are trying to bring people to get greater representation of less represented groups across the board. So what we're focused on fundamentally is growing the bench. And it's getting people up through those earlier grades, bringing them in, first of all. Keeping them is really important because we have more people leaving from some of the less well-represented groups than others. And so giving them the opportunities to grow and making sure those people have every opportunity possible to realize their full potential and contribute to the organization. I mentioned my leadership team a moment ago. Think about the talent that we deny ourselves. I mean, I've got a fantastic undersecretary, I've got a fantastic chief for the Air Force, and once upon a time, they would not have had those opportunities, right? So make it visible to people that there are opportunities for them if they don't, and work to make that happen, but also do everything we can to grow the bench. We need people in the pipeline at every step to have adequate diversity as we move forward.
Absolutely. The next question is, what are we not doing that we should be doing?
Oh, that's a hard one because if we should be doing it, we'd be doing it. I don't know if anybody has any ideas in the conference on that, just send them in. My staff hates it when I do this. frank.kendall@us.af.mil.
Our next question, sir, is, can you update us on some of the root cause analysis that's being conducted on the racial disparity reviews from 2020 and 2021?
I can't in detail because I haven't seen that data yet, but it's a great question and one we're asking. we're doing another set of reviews to try to update the data, but we also have things going on in the staff level to try to understand things more deeply and get at some root causes. I do think that I don't think we should. What we haven't done is just put off doing things. To the earlier question, there are some places where it's quite obvious that we have problems we have to address, and we're acting to address them. And I mentioned what we're doing to try to increase the flow in the pipeline, the people at every step of the ladder, basically. So we're doing a number of things already to try to address some of those disparities. There are others where we do need to look deeper to try to figure out what the knobs are we can turn to actually make a difference. We had one, this wasn't a disparity review, but it was one that was particularly bothersome to me and to Chief Brown. And it came out of the Blue Star Families Review. And it was that people who, we did statistics, that study did statistics on a number of things, but one of them was profiling. And what we found from that study was that people who, and it try to compare the perception people have that they're being profiled off base versus on base, and the numbers were about identical. So the fact that a lot of our people feel that they're being profiled on base by the law enforcement on base, basically, just as much as they are off base, was really a revelation to us. So that's one where we're trying to figure out why do people think that? And is it true, first of all, and what's behind it? So some things like that, I think we got to dig a bit deeper to try to figure out what's going on. Others, we know what the problem is, and we can take action pretty quickly to try to address it, and we are.
Yes, sir. Next question is, will we see a directive from the Department of the Air Force to require funded billets for military and civilian DEIA positions at levels such as NAF, wings, and installations, which currently does not exist?
Short answer to your question is I don't know. I'll take an action to go see where we are on that. We're having a hard time finding resources for, there's a lot of focus on mental health right now and trying to do more in that area. And we are having, obviously we have a DEI and I structure that we're creating or have created. There's a feedback loop for both of these things, right? We're trying to move the ball on sexual assault. We're trying to move the ball on suicide. We're trying to move the ball on a whole bunch of things. So it's really at the end of the day about resources and what we're able to do. So I don't know if I don't have the answer to the question. We are doing what we're doing right now. This conference is part of what we're doing, what Marianne is trying to lead for us. I'd be open to ideas like that. I'm trying to find cost-effective ways to address all of these problems just because of the resource limitations that we have.
Yes, sir. Next is, how do we communicate better the why? That recruitment and retention, mission readiness is affected if all groups of Americans are not interested in serving because they don't feel welcomed.
Yeah, I worry that some of the things that are happening that get a lot of public attention, like sexual assault cases, for example, impact our ability to bring people in. I think it's all of our responsibility to tell our story and just to by example and by our own engagement, try to do a better job bringing people in that are different. We're targeting certain communities more. If you want certain type of people, you have to go where those people are. And so we're doing that more. We're trying to do a lot of outreach to recruit people and bring them in. We're increasing our goals in some cases to try to motivate people to work harder in certain areas. So we've got a number of things ongoing. And there's a constant public affairs effort to tell our story. We get help by, I don't know, you've seen CQ Brown's recruiting ad, which I think is just classic, where he emphasizes that I'm an American airman who just kicked your butt, and it doesn't matter what the color of my skin is. We managed to get a good recruiting ad into the Top Gun movie, even though it's about Navy pilots. So telling our story in lots of different forms, lots of different ways. We use our civic leaders a lot. We have civic leaders all over the country, and I'm going to be talking to them very shortly about how they can help us, how they can spread the message in their communities. We get a lot of support from those people, and it's really helpful. There are any numbers of tools that we can use to try to be more effective. All the services are having a hard time with recruiting right now. The Air Force is in reasonably good shape, comparatively at least, and we think we have a good shot at making our goals this year. But we've been affected by COVID. Our recruiters couldn't go into high schools for a long time. So, and that's where we generally tend to recruit for enlisted ranks in particular. Until we've had some other things like the economy right now. There's a labor shortage basically throughout the economy. So people aren't having a hard time getting jobs. So there's some things like that that are working that make it harder for us. But we're putting a lot of effort into that, and we are focusing on diversity as we do that to try to increase the diversity and make the services look more like the country that the people come from.
Thank you, sir. We are coming up to the end of our time. So do you have any last comments, sir?
Just again, thank you for what you do. I'm going to do the short version of the speech, my speech I wrote, and to say this is important. It's important to your senior leadership. It's important to our success. We are in a strategically incredibly challenging time. I'm back in government because we have threats that are as bad and maybe worse than I've ever seen right now. I don't think there's a genuine full appreciation of that and how significant it is to our strategic future. We're in a competition. History did not end when the Cold War ended, obviously. And so we need as much as we can get from everyone. And we need all the talent that we can bring in, and we need everybody who's serving to serve to their full potential. We also want a climate where people want to be there, where all of our people want to be there, feel valued, and are being given whatever opportunities, full opportunities to become everything that they can be. I've always liked the old Army, be all that you can be. We want to create an environment where that is true for people, where they get to do that, and where we work, we're proactive in providing them with opportunities to grow and develop and contribute more to the mission. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the people that serve and how well they use the things that we give them, how ready they are. Our whole mission of deterrence depends upon presenting to the enemy a very professional, very capable, very well-trained, cohesive force that they do not want to go up against. And that's all about you and all about our entire force, not just some people. So thank you again. When you leave the conference, when you go back and you're doing your jobs, be proactive. The last thing I would say is, don't be passive. I know you wouldn't be here if that was the way you felt, but I just want to encourage you to do that and let you know that you'll be supported. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Kendall, for your experience and for these influential words. We thank you for your continued support to developing an inclusive culture within our department and ensuring that all airmen, guardians, civilians, and families know that we are one team on one fight. Thank you to our great audience for participation in the chat and great questions. If you have not been able to view the entire conference or want to reference some of these great presentations at a later time, they will be posted on the Air Force Diversity and Inclusion website at www.af.mil/diversity. We will now take a short break and will begin our next session at 0950 Eastern Standard Time. Welcome back, everyone. Next on the agenda, Senior Master Sergeant David Smith, Program Manager for the Department of the Air Force Barrier Analysis Working Groups, will provide an overview of these DAF bogs. Please welcome Senior Master Sergeant Smith.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Glad to be here, and I hope you had a great day one of our DEIA conference. Senior Master Sergeant David Smith. I'm going to give you a quick overview over the DAF bog barrier analysis working groups. There are 7 DAF bog barrier analysis working groups, and those working groups comprise of volunteer employees and service members who bring a grassroots perspective that analyze anomalies found in civilian and military personnel policies, practices, and procedures. What they do is they bring an eye towards identifying their possible root causes, including determining if those causes are barriers or potential barriers to equal opportunity, diversity and inclusion, and they devise plans to help eliminate those potential barriers. And so with that, those 7 DAF bogs are doing amazing work with amazing teams globally. And it's fairly easy to get involved, right? If you have a passion for change, or you see something, or you've identified something, or you've heard of a story, an anecdote, that's basically what everything is happening, or how everything is happening, right? When you see something, you want to do something, so therefore you act. So these 7 barrier analysis working groups, the first one is BEST. That's the Black and African American Employment Strategy Team. The second one is the DAT, the Disability Action Team. Third we have is the HEAT, the Hispanic Empowerment and Advancement Team. Fourth is the ENET, the Indigenous Nations Equality Team. The LIT, LGBTQ Initiatives Team. The PACT, Pacific Islander Asian American Community Team. And the WIT, the Women's Initiative Team. Each one of these teams have their own visions, their own missions, all ran by volunteers while serving, they're in AFSC, and they're still, bringing this to the fight by making sure that our Air Force is an inclusive organization where we remove barriers. What I'm going to do is provide, or the team here should be able to provide a one-pager that we've created here in the Staff DI office that capsulizes everything of what they do. And so what you'll see is the vision, their mission, their meeting times. Some meet monthly, some meet every other month, and they have different LOEs, line of efforts, and initiatives that they also discuss and look forward to bringing change to. They also have some org boxes that you can just email them if you have any questions. I've also included their leads, their co-leads, and their champions. So each one has a senior level champion that oversees some of their missions and their initiatives, and bring forth that change at that higher level that helps bring that conversation to the glass door, through the glass door. Earlier yesterday, there was a conversation about, we had the opportunity to brief the CSAF and the Undersecretary and the Secretary of the Air Force, which is an amazing opportunity to have and to do. And when I tell the story when I'm at home or in uniform is that we have the ear of our leadership, and representation matters. When you have representation at the top, change can happen. So wherever we are, whenever we're represented, change can happen. So that's exactly what we're doing here with these staff bots. We also have, within the Staff DI team, we also have what we call Staff DI representatives. They're also liaisons that help carry the water, right? So the DAF bog job is to kind of identify and help shape and bring these things together. Our Staff DI reps help carry that water a little bit forward, connect the dots with what 2-letter office that we need to get connected with. So that's very helpful. You also see some of the lineup efforts that each one of these DAF bogs are trying to maintain their main focus on. For the best, couple of theirs are historical Black colleges and universities, where they're trying to do some connections in recruiting. Another one for the DAT is one of their successes is that they are doing the reasonable accommodation software applications. And so they're looking at how to bring in new IT software to help with that community. The Hispanic, the HEAT is bringing what they have done. Some of their wins are they've shortened the retesting window for AFL-QT from 150 days to 90 days. And they're also, the name tapes now can have hyphens and apostrophes. In the past, that was never existent. The ENET, they are looking at ensuring appropriate usage for the chief bust and also hair length for men. The LGBT initiatives team, which I co-led until a couple of weeks ago as I get ready to retire, go lit. They have also helped with the pact, bringing forth the opportunity for you to put pronouns into your signature block, and also the Exceptional Family Member Program for some of the anti-trans laws that are happening in some of our states. So dependents can activate that opportunity if they choose not to go to a certain state. The pact, they have established about 16 AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islander organizations within 16 bases globally. So that's really great to really get down to that grassroots level. And the WIT, they are doing amazing things as well. One of their things is they have allowed flying while pregnant, and pregnant aviators have the option to return to flying status during all trimesters, pending medical consultation. And another one that they're doing is the Joint Travel Regulation. It's the first time ever authorizing lactating uniformed service members and civilian employees up to 24 months after birth of a child to seek reimbursement of transport of breast milk. So those are some of the quick wins and some of the amazing things that each BOG is doing. And one of the, I didn't talk about what the best was doing, and so let me go back to them. They're also looking at inclusive male grooming standards and leading the way of change around that as well. So they're all doing great things. Look for this one pager coming out to you. Their meeting times are there. That's probably the best way to get involved, by joining one of their meetings and hearing what their subcommittee meetings are doing and how you can get involved. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. My email is david.smith.289@us.mil. So with that, I hope you have a great rest of your day and a happy weekend coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Master Sergeant Smith. The one pager that he referenced is actually a lot of details on one page. So some of these details will actually be displayed visually during one of our upcoming breaks. We've created a PowerPoint with each of the DAF BOGs having a page for our audience. Our next keynote speaker will be General Retired Larry Spencer. General Spencer began his career in the enlisted ranks and rose to become a 4-star general. His last assignment was as the Vice Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force, at which time he presided over the Air Staff and assisted the Chief of Staff of the Air Force with organizing, training, and equipping approximately 700,000 active duty, Guard, Reserve, and civilian forces. He is now the president of the Armed Forces Benefit Association, the AFBA, and 5-Star Life Insurance Company. The AFBA provides survivor benefits and other benefits to those who serve this great nation, including members of the uniformed services, first responders, government employees, and their families. General Retired Spencer will now share personal stories of challenges and triumphs from his book, Dark Horse, General Larry O. Spencer and his journey from the horseshoe to the Pentagon, and then open up for questions from the audience. Over to you, General Retired Spencer.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Major Brooks. I've been watching yesterday and this morning, so congratulations to you for really doing a great job pulling this together, and congratulations to the entire group, because this has really been a great session, and I'm really proud of the Air Force for doing this. So thank you all who have participated, and for those of you that are listening. I'll talk for a little bit here about my experience with diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, both in the Air Force and now. And then I'll try to leave some time for questions at the end. First of all, it's my biggest frustration about this topic is that it continues to be a struggle. The same issues you are dealing with now, I dealt with for over 40 years in my career, and those before me dealt with. And my frustration is it doesn't seem to be, it doesn't seem like we make a lot of progress, particularly when you look at diversity at the senior grades. And that's hard, that's tough, because we've got to figure out a way to break through and really make this a success. For some, just the word diversity makes them uncomfortable, and it shouldn't. For some, DEIA represents a zero-sum game. In other words, if someone from an underrepresented group gets promoted or gets a key job, that means someone else didn't. They view it as winners and losers. And that's just not true. It's not about winners and losers between individuals. It's about making a winning organization. And it's about making the best Air Force and Space Force on the planet. That's all it's about. And every study that I've read, and I know you all have read these studies as well, say that diverse teams perform better. I'm not making that up. That is what the data says, that diverse teams perform better than homogeneous teams. So that being the case, again, my frustration is what's holding us back? Why doesn't everyone accept that, and why don't we move forward? Part of the reason I think we don't move forward, in my opinion, is we have these events like you're having, which are great, but they are essentially held at the top in the Pentagon, or at least sponsored by the Pentagon. And I'm happy to see this one is virtual, so it allows a lot more folks to participate. But what I think we, the Department of the Air Force, needs to think about, I believe, is how do we move this out of a Pentagon-sponsored program out into the field, out into the MAGCOMs, out at Corona, out in the wings, out in the sections and the branches, at every base, in every location, at staff meetings. You know, why aren't we having the event that we're having today? Why aren't these events being replicated across the entire Department of the Air Force at every level, at every location? And I think that's something that's missing. Because over my career, what I found is there were leaders that came in that emphasized diversity and inclusion. It doesn't mean other leaders were against diversity and inclusion, but some emphasize it more than others. And we've had these starts and stops, these peaks and these valleys, and depending on the leader at the time. And we've never been able to have a sustained effort. We've never been able to institutionalize these things that you all have been talking about the last couple of days. So I'm hopeful that this may be the beginning, because it's starting to draw in so many other people, of permeating this culture of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility throughout the Air and Space Force, all the way through, so that we can really make real progress. And one of the reasons I think that we haven't made another reason I think we haven't made progress that's also a bit frustrating to me is that a lot of folks don't really, and when I say really, I mean within their heart, don't really believe it's an issue. They don't believe it's a problem. And that's where it's really important for all of us to make sure that we help folks understand what the issues are, and that this is just not a slogan. It's not people trying to get something they didn't deserve or earn. These issues are real. They aren't made up. And I've lived them. I know a lot of you have. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we are doing our part, talking to folks who don't look like us, talking to folks who have not experienced some of the things that we have experienced, just to help them understand. I can tell you, I do that a lot now, particularly with a lot of my retired counterparts, with all the issues going on in our country, as you can imagine. After the George Floyd incident, I got a lot of calls from folks I grew up in the Air Force with, and I was shocked that they were shocked that this had happened. And it opened up a dialogue that I've tried to continue. But we've got to do a lot more than that, because again, if you're on the outside of this issue, looking in, you hear the words and you don't disagree with them, but it's hard for you to connect because you haven't lived it. So let me give you a couple of personal examples that I have that I try to share with folks. Obviously, those of you that read my book know I talk about this in my book, but when I was a second lieutenant, this is, and just thinking about why diversity is important and why it's really critical to the Air Force and the Space Force mission. Brand new second lieutenant, I'd been prior enlisted. I was stationed at Robins Air Force Base. And as all of you know, a typical staff meeting, you have the commander at the table. Around that table are the commander's senior folks. So there were, the commander was a 2-star. The other folks around the table were a few, 1 or 2 SESs, a few 1 and 2 stars, and maybe a colonel. I think there was a chief master sergeant there as well. And then, of course, in the periphery of the big table were those on the staff, and depending on your rank, you're sort of fanned out toward the back. And this was my first staff meeting, very brand new second lieutenant, and as was typical, not only when I was a second lieutenant, but when I was a 4-star general in the Air Force, as was typical, I was the only African American in the room. And since I was a second lieutenant, I was in the very back of the room, which was fine. So I'm sitting there taking all this in. They're discussing an issue that I happen to have some experience with, both from my enlisted time and my career field as a financial manager. I understood exactly what they were talking about and had some ideas on how they could solve it, but I was a second lieutenant in the back. I didn't say anything. So at the end of the staff meeting and the discussion, they were frustrated that they couldn't solve it. And so they said, well, think about it and we'll come back and talk about it again next week. And the commander, as by tradition, spun his seat around and started going around the room, asking everyone, person by person, do you have anything for the meeting today as we wrap up? The commander finally got to me and he looked at me and he said, oh my God, Lieutenant, I've never seen you before. Are you new? I introduced myself. And then he said to me, he said, well, and jokingly, he said, well, as a brand new second lieutenant, I suppose you don't have much to offer on this issue we're wrestling with. And I said, well, sir, actually I do, if you don't mind. And he said, again, sort of tongue in cheek, almost, he said, okay, Lieutenant, let's hear your brilliant idea. So I started talking to the commander and walking through my experience. And I said, based on my experience and based on what I heard, here's what I think you ought to do. And the commander looked at me and kind of nodded his head and kept going around the room. And he got to the last person and he swung his chair back toward the table. And then he stopped and he swung his chair back around, looked me right in the eye and said, Lieutenant, would you repeat what you just said? And I repeated that. And he looked at me, he turned around and looked at his senior staff and he said, my God, why didn't we think of that? And the point of that was not that I was some, this wasn't brain surgery. This wasn't some profound idea that no one else, could come up with. But based on my experience, my life lens, I was a little different than everyone in the room. I had a different perspective than everyone in the room. I was able to offer a thought that they had not come up with. And so that, for me personally, that was really great because the commander called on me a lot more often after that. But the point is, diversity and a lot of you heard me say this before, is not about, the objective is not to build a Noah's Ark. The objective is to pull together diverse talent, and the diverse talent is there. Don't ever let anyone tell you, I'd love to have a more diverse organization, but they aren't there. They are there. The objective is to gather diverse talent, to get diverse and varied ideas to solve problems. That's what it's about. It's to get all the talent available, set a problem in the middle of the table or the middle of the room, and have all kinds of thoughts attack that problem. So the decision maker can hear different points of view. So very, very critical that you all of us, help our counterparts understand why diversity is important, not just say diversity is important, but why. And why is it going to make the Air Force better? It is clearly the right thing to do, no question about it. But it is going to make the Air Force and the Space Force, the Department of the Air Force, better if we bring diverse talent, and make sure that that diverse talent is cultivated and mentored so they can also rise to be the leaders of the organization as well. The other thing, I know I heard Secretary Kendall mention, people have their own prejudices and things like unconscious bias that we all carry around, and he is absolutely right. We all have unconscious bias, all of us do. We just need to admit that, and we need to face up to it, understand it, so that we can all get better. A story I have often told about, that sort of brought unconscious bias to light for me personally, was, if you can picture this now, as a Vice Chief of the Air Force, I was over at living over at JBAB in base housing, and I had a really busy day. And as I often do, I like to work out in the morning, and so I came a little bit earlier over to the gym there at JBAB, and I was there about 5:30. I pulled up. There's only, at the time, there was only 2 general officer parking spaces. So I pulled into one of those. I was in my athletic wear. I wasn't in uniform. I had my uniform in a bag in the back, hanging up. I pulled into the parking space. I got out. I closed the front door, opened the back door, and lifted out my bag that had my uniform in it. And I had noticed a gentleman in the parking lot row behind me, sitting in his car. I didn't think twice about him. He was just sitting there behind the wheel. And when I got out of the car and got my uniform out, that gentleman approached me and started chewing me out. And when I say chewing me out, I mean chewing me upside and down the other, because I dared to park in a general officer parking space. By the way, I'm the Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force at the time. And so as he's giving me this lecture, I didn't get mad, ironically, because it happened to me before. And so, but I wanted to make a point to this young man, so I let him finish. Ironically, there was a Chief Master Sergeant that I knew who was walking up toward the gym. He overheard this and he was livid. And so he started coming toward me, and I kind of put my hand up and said, "That's okay, Chief, I got it." And so I let him finish. And then I looked him in the eye, as I had done before, and I said, "That was an interesting lecture you gave me, but," I said, "what makes you think I'm not a general officer?" And I wish I had a camera to catch the expression on his face, because you could see the light bulb come on that essentially told him, "I don't know. I made that assumption. I don't know why I assumed you weren't a general officer." And so what I said to him was, first of all, you could have saved yourself a lot of time, not to mention embarrassment, if you had just looked at my windshield and saw the 4 stars on it. That's number one. So do a little homework next time before you chew somebody out. And I said, second of all, this was 2015. We had a African-American president of the United States. And by the way, this gentleman that chewed me out was African-American. And this African-American in a period that we had an African-American president of the United States, his unconscious bias would not let him believe or understand that someone who looked like him could be a general officer. Just unbelievable. That is what we're faced with. And, you know, that's not a criticism. That's not unique to the military. That is what we're dealing with. And we really have to help folks understand that we've been raised with all of these preconceptions. And we've been raised with all of these thoughts about who can be in certain roles. And we all have a responsibility to help people understand that. And so they can face it like this young man had to face, and go back and question himself and say, where did I get that from? And speaking of where did I get that from, you know, that sort of transitioned into my sort of final story here. And that is one of the more unique assignments I had was in the White House. I was stationed in the White House military office for 2 years. It was great. You know, I got to drive into the White House every day, interact with the folks in the highest levels of our government. It was just a wonderful tour. And one of the things unique about the White House was there was an almost kinship between the military and the Secret Service. We got along very well. You know, we were like brothers and sisters. We all helped each other. And so I had a good relationship with them. Now, this was around Easter time, and I actually, there is a picture of this. I didn't put a picture in my book, but there's a picture of this because on Easter, just before Easter, the White House had an Easter egg roll that you're familiar with, that a lot of kids came in to the South Lawn, and they had this big, you know, sort of Easter egg celebration. And I, the person on the screen, dressed up as an Easter bunny and went out, put on the Easter bunny suit and went out on the South Lawn and participated in this event. A lot of fun, but I'm not going to show you the pictures. But my daughter at the time, Shannon, was about, I'm guessing 8 or 9 years old. I decided to bring her in to the White House and let her experience this event. After the event was over, I obviously came back and got out of the bunny suit. I walked her down to the Oval Office because the president was out of town. And I ran into a friend who was on the Secret Service, and I said, would you let us just take a peek, stand in the door? I want my daughter to experience what the Oval Office looks like, the Resolute desk. I want her to see that. And he said, absolutely. So picture my daughter and I standing in the doorway of the Oval Office, just taking in the majesty, if you will, of the office of the President of the United States. And I turned to my daughter and I said, you know, all of those things I've been telling you, you know, study hard in school, get good grades, you know, work hard, do your homework. All of those things I've been telling you, if you do those things and you have the potential and you're willing to work for it, one day you can be sitting behind that desk as President of the United States. And this 8 or 9-year-old daughter, without batting an eye, turned to me and said, come on, Dad, you know I can't be president. Number one, I'm Black. Number two, I'm a woman. And I got to tell you, that floored me, because that's not what my wife and I had taught her. But the irony was she got that from somewhere. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand where she was getting this message that she was limited in her potential based on her race and based on her gender. How sad is that? But it is true. And we have to, again, all of us, regardless of our backgrounds, we have a responsibility to make our country better. This is the greatest country on earth, bar none. But it's not perfect, and we are on a road toward a perfect union. We're not a perfect union yet. And all of us, sometimes I think a lot of folks don't think they have a responsibility to make the country better. We all do. And it's incumbent upon all of us to do our part. And part of that is helping folks understand, why diversity is important. What kind of things have I had to deal with in my life growing up? What kind of influences do my kids have that I have to try to overcome? When I have to talk to my kids about how to handle themselves around the police, why they're being followed in department stores. When I talk to them about that, those things are real. Those things aren't something that I'm making up. The most recent example that brought that home for me is I have a granddaughter. She just turned 6, but I used to drop her off at daycare. And it was when she was 2 or 3 years old. And it was amazing to me how, when I dropped her off at daycare, and this was a very diverse daycare, every background and ethnicity you can think of, my granddaughter had no concept of race or ethnicity. She barely knew. She knew she was a little girl and she knew they were little boys, but she didn't really know much about that. But all she knows is these were other little kids. Her face would light up as soon as we opened that door and she saw those kids there. She could care less what they look like, care less what their background was. And as I would watch that every day, it just hit me that at some point in her life, some adult's going to tell her otherwise. Some adult's going to tell her that she's a woman and that she can only go so far. Some adult somewhere, or some image somewhere, or some TV program, or some internet site, or some politician is going to tell my granddaughter, who's got all the potential in the world, that because she's African American, there are certain things she can't do. That's sad, but you and I know that happens. And it's incumbent upon all of us to stop that. That's got to stop at some point. We've got a responsibility to make that stop. We've got to break that cycle. And so I am really happy that you all you have put together this event. Again, I've been watching it. It's very informative, very helpful. But please, whatever you do, don't let it stop here. Don't let today end and this conference be over and you go back to work and say, yeah, that was an interesting conference and nothing changed. Please use this opportunity to come up with your own strategy on how you're going to, you can't change the world, but you can change what's around you. You can change what you have influence on. So I'm asking all of you to think about that. Please do your part, whatever that, however big or small that is, to help our country toward that perfect union. So again, Major Brooks, again, thank you for inviting me. It's always, as you know, my schedule's pretty busy these days, but if the Air and Space Force asks me to do something, I'm going to stop and figure out a way to do it. So thank you so much for what you've done. I really appreciate all of the service, whether you're in uniform or not. Thank you for your service, and thank you all again for what you're doing. So I'll open it up there for if there was any comments or questions. I'll try to answer them as best I can.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the first question we had was, what motivated you to write a book?
Oh, great question. Great question. So a lot of it was, I talked about some of it. People used to come up to me, and Major Brooks will probably do this one day. People used to come up to me and say, okay, how'd you become a 4-star? Because I want to be a 4-star. And I would always say, wait, hold on a minute. That's the wrong question. A first lieutenant would ask me how to be a 4-star. And I said, you know what, Lieutenant, you need to figure out how to be a captain first, not how to be a 4-star. But there was an assumption in that question that I had some sort of privilege, some sort of sponsor. So I had this great education. I was Academy grad. I was a fighter pilot. There was these assumptions that people made when they saw my rank that I can't do that because I didn't have all those advantages you had. And, I said, well, you have no idea, what I went through in my life. You don't have no idea where I'm from, the issues I had to go through, the poor education I had to overcome, the poor self-esteem I had to overcome, to come in enlisted with absolutely no college, to fight my way through that, to come in to be an officer, to be non-rated and work my way up through all of those, what you can't do and what you can do. And so that's why I wrote the book. I wanted to show people, number one, that, if you can do what when your parents told you you could be whatever you wanted to be as long as you wanted to work for it, that is a true statement, number one. But also, it is hard. It's not easy. So you're going to have to get out there and work for it. And then also wanted to, at the end of the book, I wanted to give some life lessons on things I have learned that I hope will help and motivate others. The book really wasn't about me. I was really hoping to help other people in their life journey. But great question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is, General Retired Spencer, what can we do to aid the effort to squash discrimination at our mid-level leadership and lower?
Yeah, great question. So first of all, when I was on active duty, I had a lot. I can't tell you the number of folks that came to me with complaints of discrimination or complaints of sort of racial bias. And one of the things I would always tell them is, okay, let's, I want to be careful that this is a real issue here and not something else. And the only reason I mention that is, if someone is truly experiencing discrimination for whatever reason, and that's something that they can describe and talk about, then they need to take it forward. I know that takes a lot of courage, but we're not going to get better if we sit on these things. A lot of us, like me, were taught, just kind of suck it up and keep going. We have to stop that. You may know that I managed, when I was vice chief, one of the programs I managed for, I hate to call it a program, but one of the things I managed for the Air Force was sexual assault. And that was one of the things I had a hard time getting across to people. A lot of folks, especially young women who were sexually assaulted, didn't want to come forward because they were worried about the ramifications. And one of the things I kept saying was, it's never going to get better, if you don't come forward, because if you don't, it's going to continue to happen. Similar situation with discrimination. If there's discrimination in the middle, at the bottom, or at the top, make sure you have your act together, make sure you have your documentation together, and take it forward and get it resolved.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is there something specific that was left undone or incomplete before you retired? And if so, how can we pick up the torch?
Again, great question. I think there's always things that that can be done. I mean, no one can accomplish everything. But I think the way I started was what was most frustrating when I left, was that when I was the vice chief, we had a diversity summit. It was similar to this, except it was face to face. It was a full day. It was great. We had speakers come in, experts come in, talked about unconscious bias. It was great. And the chief of staff was there. We had MAGCOM commanders in. We had everyone at every level. We had enlisted folks in, with everybody in. The problem is, as I mentioned, we had that great summit. We went back to work, and not much happened after that. And so my personal view is, what's left undone is pushing that down through it was mentioned yesterday, and this is really important, and holding people accountable. We can't just say, go forth and do good. We have to, in our system, whether you like it or not, folks respond to what they're being rated on and what they're being held accountable to. And so we have to lay the standards out there, lay the expectations out there, and then hold people accountable for making sure their organizations are diverse and that their organizations are inclusive.
So those comments actually perfectly feed into this question as well, sir. From the audience, we have, when I was a first sergeant, I would go to commanders with problems in the unit, and I'd say 40% of them blamed their junior personnel, rarely looking inward to change climate from the top down. How do we fix that?
Yeah, that's a great question, because, you can come up with regulations, but you can't legislate people's hearts and what's inside of them. And so I think what my personal view is, we look, and I hate to use a parallel, but it is a good parallel. When we were working on sexual assault, one of the things we did was we went out and did some focus groups. And I would get young folks in a room, close the door, and we would talk plain English. You know, because a lot of folks just ask me, what is sexual assault? Define it for me. And that was an eye opener for me, because what these young airmen told me was that our commanders are even afraid to talk about it. And they put up an obligatory chart at commander's call, and everybody looks at their phone while they're talking about it. And when the chart goes down, they kind of wipe their brow and say, I'm glad that's over with, because it just makes everybody uncomfortable. And we have a similar situation with diversity and inclusion. A lot of folks are just not comfortable talking about it. Why? I don't know. It makes no sense to me. It's a real subject. It's something we ought not be ashamed of or nervous about talking about. But we're just going to have to engage our senior leaders, and we're going to have this session right here. We need to condense that down and put that in Corona, put that in MAGCOM conferences, put that in Wing Commander conferences, put that in Senior NCO Academy, put that in Officers Training School, put that in OTS. This needs to be front and center, and with senior leaders in the room. And they need to understand that we need to get away from this is that elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. It is an elephant in the room that everybody needs to talk about. So that's my view. That's easier said than done, I understand. But the only thing we can do is one person at a time, try to make this, everybody commit to doing it, and one person at a time we can get it done.
Thank you so much. Sure. We are coming to the end of this session. So are there any final thoughts or words that you want to impart to our audience?
Well, again, just the way I started, thank you. Thank you in particular, Heather, and thank everyone who was responsible for putting this together. It's a great event. Again, I watched most of the day yesterday, and I'll continue to. A friend of mine, Jason Wright's going to speak next, so I'll listen to him. But he's a great speaker, by the way. But thank you all for what you're doing. Thank you for serving our country. Thank you for making this the best air and space force on the planet. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility is an issue that we all need to continue to work on. And all of us have a responsibility to do that. And I hope you all will take that responsibility. So thank you all very much. And I hope I hope the rest of the program continue to go as well as the program that's already taken place goes.
Thank you, General Retired Spencer, for enlightening us with your experiences and motivating us for how we can each do our part to make the Department of the Air Force and our world better. We will now take a short break, and we'll begin our next session at 10:35 at Eastern Standard Time. Welcome back to the DEIA Conference. Our next speaker is Mr. Jason Wright, President of the Washington Commanders. He is the fourth former NFL player to become president of a team. As president of the Washington Commanders, Mr. Wright is responsible for leading the organization's business divisions, including operations, finance, sales, and marketing. Please welcome Mr. Jason Wright.
Thank you, Major, and thank you, everybody, for having me. It's hard to follow my good friend, General Spencer, because he's not only quite knowledgeable, but quite inspirational and really matter of fact on this topic. And you'll probably hear a lot of the same themes from me that you just heard from him. But I'll share with you a quick background on myself so that you know where I've come from. And a little bit of why I'm here and why I think this is important for us to be discussing, especially with you all who are really important and critical leaders to our entire society. But I grew up just outside Los Angeles, played college football at Northwestern, and then I had the really fortunate privilege of playing in the NFL for 7 years as a running back. I played with the Atlanta Falcons, the Cleveland Browns, the Arizona Cardinals. And I did a lot of do-gooder work in my off-season time. Worked with nonprofits, did community work. My spouse at the time led an after-school program for kids. Like, that was sort of our mindset and investment. And so when I thought about transitioning into what was next, I knew I wanted to have big impact on the world, but I also started to realize that impact on the world flowed through businesses. And so I went to business school at University of Chicago, landed at a great firm called McKinsey & Company. And that transition was challenging because all I had known was football for a better part of 25 years of my life. I was 30 years old when I retired. And the rhythm of football, the structure, the discipline, the meals, the cafeteria, the locker room, all of that was my life. And trying to adjust to regular life after that was very challenging. But by the grace of God, I was able to make that transition. And I was really thankful, particularly to the military veterans at McKinsey & Company who took me in. Because there is something about being in an organization in one of the military services where you see diverse talent come from various different backgrounds, socioeconomically and otherwise. You're able to see through some of the surface features that turn people off to being able to see leadership and intellectual capacity in some people. And they're able to cut through that and see my potential. And it was those men and women who became my mentors and allowed me to have a great career at McKinsey, where I became a partner and led a global practice, a lot of it working in the IC and with defense agencies as well, which was a great privilege for me too. Full circle, coming back to this job, I was actually pitching the Washington football team at the time, their owners, to help them with their transformation. And they decided to hire me instead of hire McKinsey. And so that's how I got to where I'm at. And so I feel very connected to this group here, because military veterans and the leadership they had, especially with the lens on how diverse talent can power forward a business, is what helped to make my career. And so I want to share a couple thoughts with y'all about what has happened here with the Commanders and why DEI has been a driving factor for that success. You know, we came into a situation that was, what's the best term I can use on here without using foul language? We'll call it a little bit of a professional dumpster fire. We'll call it. That's a nice way of putting it. And Dan and Tanya, the owners, were well aware that things needed to shift here, and they were committed and ready to empower me and the rest of the leaders to do that. And so we had to make some very tough decisions early on about who was in this organization and who wasn't. We needed people that espoused our values, that were creative and scrappy and ready to roll their sleeves up and do the hard work of rebuilding a fan base that had not grown apathetic, but had grown intense with the franchise in different ways. Rebuilding a product on the field that can bring back a Lombardi trophy. To be real good citizens and good stewards of what I think is a community asset in an NFL team that means so much to this area. To rebrand a franchise with an iconic name and image that most people in our fan base loved, but that needed to change because of the times and space we're living in. And to do a new venue and create a new home and economic development project for the area is a massive endeavor. But we had to make some tough decisions on who was going to be with us in leading that approach. Like I said, they needed to espouse our values, and we recrafted the organization. 100% of my top team is new in the last 2 years, 95% of the top 2 layers in the last few years, and 77% of the entire organization is new since I arrived. That's a lot of turnover really quick. I'm sure some people around here call me the Grim Reaper because we had to come through and we had to clean shop. But that has been a healthy, even if disruptive and challenging time, a really healthy one for us. And we happen to, I shouldn't say happen to because it was intentional. We also are now the most diverse leadership team in the NFL. We are 40% women in senior leadership. We are 50% people of color. And it's not for a box checking exercise that we did this. It was intentional, but it's not for virtue signaling or box checking. In fact, I find that kind of stuff condescending. And when I got announced in this role as the first Black team president, the most frequent question I got was like, did you get the job because you're Black? I'm like, nah, bruh, I was a partner at McKinsey, right? Like there's actually credibility behind this. So I think when we lean too far into virtue signaling and box checking, it actually hurts. But this wasn't for that. It's because we have a diverse fan base. It's because football is a great connector of people of all demographies and backgrounds, much like the military services are here to defend our entire American populace and is made up of people of all backgrounds and all socioeconomic types and all census tracts across this great nation and its territories. And because of that, you actually need representative leadership to get to good outcomes for us, for the business, for you all in mission effectiveness, in supporting the warfighter. And it's about good decision-making and it's about good business practices. And that's why we made it a priority to get representative leadership. And I like to focus on the business outcomes as the desire, because that makes DEI sustainable. It's not a fly-by-night thing that's based solely in morality. It certainly is the right thing to do, but it is not just the right thing to do, it's also the prudent thing to do. And whether you like it or not, I'm a little bit of a cynic. The prudent, wise thing to do has more sustainable power than the right thing to do, because the right thing to do can be relative to who's in leadership or the zeitgeist or the feelings of the public. But if it drives outcomes for you, if it drives mission effectiveness, if it makes the warfighter safer, if it defends us all, if it makes the warfighter more ready, then it is absolutely an imperative that will stick. And I can tell you, we have seen the benefits of that in just a short time. You know, it has been a very challenging transition. And if you read the headlines, you know, we've been getting banged up in the public dialogue. Even in that context, this diverse leadership team has added 21,000 members to our new members to our season ticket member base. Other teams are not doing that. That's massive growth, especially coming out of COVID. And it is due to a diverse sales team that has been invested in and supported and has leaders that have an inclusive growth mindset. They have been able to reestablish some trust with our fan base. We're #1 in new suite sales. And where you think we've been getting killed on sponsorship, we're actually 25% up year over year in sponsorship. This team is doing well. And you're about to see a great product on the field. And we happen to be a team that has diverse leadership in the coaching ranks too. We have a minority head coach, a minority general manager. We have the only full-time minority female coach in the NFL. And again, it's not for virtue signaling. It's because we actually get to better decisions on the field as well. And so we are at a precipice as a franchise where we are now on the path to our next Lombardi trophy, and we are already in a thriving business. And I can tell you that it is not a consequence. It's not an unintended consequence of DEI and commitment. It is a fully intentional byproduct of creating a diverse leadership team and an inclusive environment where people of all backgrounds and types can thrive. And so my encouragement to you, my first piece before I go into my second point, my first piece of encouragement to you is, yes, stay anchored on the moral imperative. Yes, stay saying that it is the right thing to do because of systemic inequities. And I always like to say, if God gave all people of all types and all backgrounds talent in equal degree, which I think God did, then if we don't see equitable outcomes in representative leadership and things like that, that means something's wrong with the system. So it absolutely is a moral imperative from that standpoint. But I would say to you as leaders to make the mission first and foremost and make DEI a core driver of better mission effectiveness, of better warfighter readiness, of better holistic support for the warfighter or those in support of the warfighter, so they can have healthy, sustainable, longer careers within the services. So that's my first piece of encouragement to you. I'd say my second piece of encouragement to you all is this: to make sure that you are thinking about the behaviors that create an inclusive environment and embedding them in how you do your work. Again, this is where you're going to get a little bit of the dispassionate economist out of me. I'm a hyperlogical person, for better or for worse. But you don't get what you don't measure, okay, in terms of behavioral capabilities from people. Behavior doesn't change unless you hold people to account in some way, shape, or form. And so in the same ways you measure readiness, in the same ways you measure physical fitness, in the same ways that you measure certifications and qualifications for a technical platform, you need to measure culture. You need to measure inclusive environment. And in each person's performance review in the organization, it is not a best practice in my mind, but a necessity to have the ability of that individual to create an inclusive environment where people feel valued, where they can bring their most creative selves, where they're held to good account and held to high standards in what they do in support of the warfighter. In all of those things, you need to have that embedded into your reviews. Otherwise, and forgive me here, I'll be just speak how I speak freely, like people won't give a damn. People won't give a damn. It will be something that you box check, that you push to the side, that you whisper and joke about cynically at the water cooler. And that's not going to get you the mission outcomes that you should get from actually investing in diverse talent and having good leadership teams. You actually have to embed it in the ways you work, and performance reviews, the way you evaluate individuals, the way you evaluate team effectiveness is a part of it. The second piece I'd give you is to think about how you compose your teams. When people are making a decision that is important in the support of the warfighter, in the direction of your unit, whatever it is, ensure that that team is diverse. There's actual research on this, that a decision-making team or a team performing in an intellectual task that has more than one woman on it has a standard deviation higher intelligence than one that doesn't. And that's measured on IQ tests that carries across multiple different cultures. It's not just American culture where that's present. And it's the same thing with ethnic diversity as well. In fact, the companies with leadership that are the most ethnically diverse are more than 33% likely, more likely to outperform their peers in terms of business outcomes, in terms of revenue, EBITDA, and stock performance over time. So like there's empirical evidence for this. And so I would say when you are making decisions and you're putting together your Tiger team or the small group that's deciding on it, just take a look around. If everybody looks the same, if everybody has similar background educationally and experientially, if everybody's of the same gender, if everybody's from the same region, like check yourself. That's how I would say it, check yourself. Because you are setting yourself up to make a suboptimal decision. And be prepared. It is harder to make decisions in diverse groups because you actually have debate. It doesn't feel as good when somebody doesn't immediately understand your viewpoint. It can feel really good when everybody is like me, shares my background, and we can just talk. We can use the same language and we can roll through quickly. Quickness, expediency, comfort is not necessarily the outcome you're looking for. You can still move through a decision quickly with good discipline and structure in your decision-making process, and I know y'all have that in spades. But if you have a diverse group, just know there's going to be more tense points, but that friction should create light and not just heat. And it's that light, that illumination, that different insight that you get into a problem. If you're really able to listen and not get frustrated, that allows you to get to better business decisions, that gets you to better mission decisions. And so, we are a case study in what can happen in a short amount of time in your business and in the health of your organization when you intentionally invest in diversity and you do it to power the business forward or to power the mission forward. And I would encourage you that these are not unique results to us. It doesn't even have to be done through a leader who's a minority or a woman or others. You know, I'm the senior leader here and I happen to be Black. So that helps, I guess, in some way, shape, or form, but I don't think it's necessary at all. Any leader can lead in this way because it's an imperative for the mission. It's an imperative for the mission. And then the last thing I'd say is that as you go on this DEI journey, as you make it an intention, as you embed it into your core process, make it structural, say, be gracious to one another. I think the place where this goes off the rails is when nobody can make a mistake. All of us, no matter what your background is, are on a learning journey when it comes to DEI. We're gonna say things wrong. We're gonna use the wrong words innocently or well-meaningly at different times. We're gonna offend one another at different times. We need grace for one another. We need empathy for one another. And we need the strength of character and the ability to put off offense, to be able to listen and recoalesce as a team. If every single misstep from a colleague or a superior or somebody who works under you offends you to the core where you can no longer work with that person, I would encourage you to look inward for the strength psychologically, socially, emotionally, spiritually, that is giving you the opportunity to develop, rather than putting it to the point where a relationship is fractured beyond repair. If we're actually going to get to a true diverse workforce where we can speak to one another candidly, where we can get the benefits of diversity into leading and managing our organizations and making good decisions, in your case, for the most important mission that we face, then we have to be gracious with one another. We can't cancel one another. HR complaints and real workplace issues are completely different than the ability to connect with somebody interpersonally, to give forgiveness, to put off your own offense, and to carry forward. Offense can grow into bitterness, and bitterness destroys teams. And so I encourage you to find the emotional strength within yourself to move past those tough points, recoalesce, admit when you're wrong, accept when other people are wrong, so that we can all go on this journey together, because it's so important that y'all do this for us. We are dependent on you. And at a time when our nation is having trouble talking together about almost any topic, I don't know when our dialogue, at least the dialogue that exists in public, which is unfortunately driven by social media, which Lord help us. When our dialogue seems harder than ever, you and the services still serve as a source of inspiration to us all. You're a big part of the reason that we're named the commanders. Because if there's one thing that characterizes the Washington, D.C. area, it's a commitment to a mission beyond yourself, whether people are in the broader defense infrastructure, whether they're in politics, whether they're in the nonprofits that are housed here, and even folks working 9 to 5s usually have something outside of their work they're committed to. That idea of servant leadership, of mission orientation, is most exemplified by you all. And that's why we came to the name Commanders. We want to be a team of leaders on a mission that extends beyond ourselves. And in order to do that, we have to be representative from a diversity standpoint. And we align with you all. We take great inspiration from the mission that you all carry out on our behalf. There's no more important one at this juncture, not only to keep us safe and to defend the principles of this nation as we grow into and live up to them day by day, but to be an example of what it can mean to have a true diverse workforce that works together, that puts aside differences, dedicated to something bigger. So I know I'm right at time. I'm really grateful for you all for listening to me ramble for the last 15 or so minutes, but hopefully you know I mean it from my heart, and hopefully some of these takeaways are actually helpful to you going forward. Many blessings to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Personally, I would say you did not ramble at all. So thank you so much for sharing your time, experience, and unique business perspective, and encouraging us with ways that we can affect change within our sphere of influence, whether it's our organization and our community as well. We are going to pause for a short break, and we will resume at 1100 hours Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. In our next segment, Mr. Thomas Riney, Senior Official Investigating Officer, Office of the Inspector General of the Air Force, will now provide a brief on the 2020 and 2021 racial disparity reviews and the methodology used. Please welcome Mr. Riney.
Thank you, Major Brooks. I appreciate it. Hope everybody can see me. So, great, thanks. I'll be honest with you, this is a little bit strange, standing in my basement, wearing a suit, addressing an Air Force audience. Somebody would have told me I would be doing that 3 years ago. I would have laughed at them. I probably wouldn't have believed that I'd have an office in my basement 3 years ago, but things change quickly. I'm going to try and share my screen here. Oh. Actually, I cannot share my screen.
You should be all set now, sir.
Okay. Okay, looks like I'm sharing now. So let me pull up my notes real quick and we'll get rolling. Okay, before I get started, just a little bit about myself. By trade, I'm an Air Force investigating officer in the Senior Official Inquiries Division of the Air Force Inspector General. In that role, I conduct senior official investigations and special inquiries as directed by the Air Force. I retired from the Air Force about 3 years ago. Before I retired, I worked as an IO in IGS for about 5 years. Then after a year of retirement, I returned to SAF IGS. The reason I bring that up is because I am not, I don't have a history in D&I, and this was really my first endeavors into it. So I think it's important to know that our office brings a different skill set. We're not D&I experts. We're not functional experts. We're all former commanders. And when I was serving, I had I was fortunate to serve as both an 05 commander and an 06 commander. And that's a requirement in our office. And that's who was doing these two reports. The two reports that I'll be talking about today are the Racial Disparity Review and the Disparity Review. Both reports are available. They were publicly released and are still out there at the links shown on this slide. Everything that I'll be talking about today is contained in the reports. The reports go into much more detail than I'll go into today. So basically what I'm saying is that I'm not covering anything new, and there's a lot more information in the reports. During my little presentation, I'll cover a little bit more detail in just a minute, but these two reports, along with Disparity Review Addendum, which is also publicly available, are important foundational pieces in the current Air Force D&I initiatives. I hope that everybody that's interested in this subject, and everybody who's here is interested. I hope you'll take the time to read at least the introductory parts of these two reports, because I do think it gives a good perspective or a good glimpse of where our senior leaders stand on these issues. Along those lines, you heard Secretary Kendall this morning. He's had us in and we've talked to him about how he's using these two reports. And it's what we were told is that he expects all his incoming senior commanders and those folks that are moving up into the GO ranks to have read these documents. And I'm told that he specifically discusses the documents with those commanders and senior officials when he has introductory meetings with them. For me personally, and I'll be talking a lot about the personal aspects of this effort. For me personally, I wish I would have had some information like this when I was a commander, because I think it would have made me a better commander. Okay, this is where I'm going to be going today. I'll be completely upfront with you. I'm not going to take the full 50 minutes provided for the discussion. I'm going to cover what's in the reports and try and motivate you to go see the rest of the information in the reports. but I also open up a lot of time for questions, and I'll try and cover some of the main questions that I get routinely as I talk through this. But really, there's a lot of information in the reports. There's a lot of information that we already knew. I really want to know where you want to go with this discussion. So when we open it up for questions, I'll try and answer those questions as best I can. And then I'll also try and cover what I got personally out of this effort on the disparity reviews. One of the things that I want to bring up early on is when you go through these reports, how you interpret the data and what's in the reports really depends on your personal experiences. I believe it's important to start with the data and recognize how the personal experiences impact that. So what I'll be talking about today is how we got tasked and execution and the execution that we did, the approach that we took and what we learned along the way as we went through that. Both of those things are kind of background. I think it's important, and a lot of questions that I get pertain to why did we go with these two reports and in these timelines, and I'll try and cover that in that first little bit of our discussion. Then I'll cover big picture results. I'm not going to go in depth into the results and the observations that we had, because those are covered in the reports. But I will talk a little bit about what I got out of and what I learned through this. And we've had a lot of discussions with the whole team that worked on this. There were 9 of us in our office that worked on it, and then we had external teams from staff, from all the MAGCOMs. We had senior leader advisor groups that helped us, and we've had a lot of discussions on what we learned through this. And we've taken those discussions up to the chief of staff, the chief space operator, and the secretary. And finally, I'll cover a little bit on the future IG involvement and kind of cover where the lanes are, and just do a little bit of expectation management there at the end. Okay, so how we got tasked in this. I think it's important to understand how we got to these two reports and why we got to do these two reports. And the way to do that is understanding how we got tasked. This stuff doesn't happen in a vacuum. The Air Force has been working on D&I initiatives for a long time. There's some things that were happening late in 2016. We stood up the DAT. There was a GAO report that came out in 2019, and we looked at those. But those were ongoing issues in the Air Force. But then, as you remember, on 25 May 20, just before we got our warning order that we were going to get tasked, George Floyd was killed. 2 days later, an Air Force Times article was published talking about racial disparity in Air Force discipline. And then a few days after that, the Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force posted his article called "I Am George Floyd." So those are all the things that built up to this. So there was a lot of momentum moving in this direction. On 29 May is when we got our first warning that this was coming to IG as a special inquiry. And as what we were expecting is a tasking from SecAF to assess disparity in Air Force discipline and leadership opportunities, which is what we got. And that about 4 days later, we got a tri-signature letter signed by the SecAF, the CSAF, and the CSO. That was a two-part tasker. The first part was to assess racial disparity as military discipline, and the second part was to address racial disparity in military leadership development. What I want to point out is the timelines that we had on there, that because of the momentum and the events happening in our country, we wanted to be very timely with these, and the suspenses came down. We had 60 days to do part 1, and then they were giving us 60 more days to do part 2. We immediately started pulling data and getting underway on what we needed to know, and quickly learned that we needed to evolve those tasking. Basically, we had a sit down with senior leadership, talked about scope and depth of the reviews, and it was, bottom line, we knew it was going to be impossible to do this in this amount of time at the depth that they wanted to do. So we had to make some decisions. What we ended up with after we had that discussion, was our marching orders that came down. And this is how we made our decisions and how we came up with the two reports that we came up with. Our first marching order after we had our scoping and depth discussion with senior leaders was they wanted a racial disparity review. Sometimes it's been called an independent racial disparity review, with a suspense of 30 September 20, that's 120 days. And they wanted it, what the Inspector General called, he wanted a surgically focused report that focused on discipline and opportunities affecting Black airmen and guardians. So we were looking at disparities in that area. We knew that this would cause some stir starting with one group, and we recognized up front that, and we put this in our report, that other disparities across a wide range of minority groups are equally deserving such a review. We knew going in, but we also understood that we had to start somewhere. So this is where we started. TIG wanted this to be very transparent. So he was intent on publicly releasing any reports that we did. So he said, we're going to give 120 days to do this, and then we'll publicly release the RDR. Soon thereafter, we knew that we'd quickly move to addressing disparities affecting other minority groups. And that would be quickly after we finished the RDR, we'd move right into that. And we believed that we could use what we learned during the RDR to more effectively cover the other groups. So we'd use what we learned to cover more groups at one time. Finally, it was decided that the groups that we were going to cover would be the minority and ethnic groups identified in the U.S. Census, and we were also directed to look at gender disparities. Okay, in the end, we provided the RDR to DAF leadership, that's the SecAF, CSO, CSAF, and the command chiefs in the middle of October, and directly presented the reports to the COCOM commanders near the end of October. You'll notice that there's a little bit of a, when you look back at when we released the report, the RDR was publicly released on December 20. So one of the questions I get fairly often is what happened between October and December? Well, you have to remember that the publicly releasing an IG report was a little bit new, and leadership at all levels wanted time to absorb the material. This is not a small document. It came out to be, I want to say, about 140 pages. So it was a big document with a lot of data. The COCOM commanders also wanted time to absorb the information, and then the functionals came in and they wanted time to scrub the report and really check our work before we publicly released. I'm proud to say that the report, there were very few changes to the report based on input from the field and from the functionals. I took that to mean that we got most things right. There were some minor changes based on policy or standard practice information that we got wrong, and the functionals helped us to correct that before we publicly released. During that time, the functionals also wanted to get a head start on addressing the findings, the Air Force, the Air Force way ahead. And you'll see the fruit of that head start in Appendix A and Appendix B of the RDR when you look at it. But basically that was the functionals tasking and dividing up the recommendations so that they could get to work on them quickly. When we moved on to the DR, we started that in early 2020, or I'm sorry, early 2021, and we finished the draft DR and presented to DAF leadership in August of 21, and the DR was publicly released on 9 September in 21, so a little bit quicker than we publicly released the RDR. Okay, this was a little bit new for us. We don't have a standard process for doing special inquiries. This was a special inquiry that came directly from the Inspector General at the direction of the CSAF, or I'm sorry, at the direction of the Secretary. But so we had to come up with an approach to accomplish what we were tasked to do. We started that with an information poll, and that's kind of relying on what we know, and that's our standard practice for special inquiries is a data poll. What we pulled in data were all past studies and reports that were done on disparity and inclusion. And then we also started pulling Air Force data almost immediately. We focused on when we focused on the past studies and reports, our focus was on the history of racial disparity in the Air Force. What we were trying to do is figure out what we've known in the past and what we've done in the past, and we tried to look at what has worked and what hasn't worked. Total for we did 23 reports for the RDR. We scrubbed through 23 reports dating back to 1973, but we really focused on the 3 most recent and pertinent reports. If you're looking for other things to go look at, I think these are great reports. In 2011, the Military Leadership Diversity Commission did a report. The report's titled From Representation to Inclusion, Diversity Leadership for the 21st Century Military. These were very distinguished senior leaders, Air Force senior leaders and DoD senior leaders from all of the services. They took a year to look at leadership opportunities for minorities and how it's affected. It came up with a lot of great information. So we used that report a lot. They did an update to the MLDC report in 2014, and we looked a lot at that report. And then we also looked at the 2019 GAO report on diversity and inclusion. What we learned quickly when we started pulling that information is that we've already covered a lot of this ground. When we started pulling the Air Force data, we learned that the Air Force is already collecting a lot of diversity and inclusion, diversity and disparity data that we could use. But we also learned that we also felt like there was something missing. Why, if we've known what's going on, why are we where we are? And what we analyzed on the previous reports is we felt like they did a great job covering the facts, and the Air Force was doing a good job of tracking the data after those reports. But in our analysis, the findings of the studies and the resulting recommendations didn't identify root causes, didn't compel follow through, and lacked meaningful measures to allow effectiveness to be measured over time. In other words, in kind of layman speak, in other words, the facts were not personal, and there was no accountability for ensuring progress. We also started to recognize the importance of personal experience and the importance of addressing diversity issues on that personal level. What we felt like we were missing in the previous reports and what we wanted to get out of this report was we wanted a full picture, and what we were missing, we felt like, was the voice of the airmen, and particularly the voice of our minority airmen. So that was a new thing that we were doing, so we had to kind of come up with how we were going to capture that voice in these reports. We got some help immediately because we knew we were a little bit in over our heads. We went out to the MAGCOMs and asked for representatives from all the MAGCOMs to help us basically design questions, organize our discussion groups, and figure out a way ahead for getting the voice of the airmen. Meanwhile, the Inspector General went into, while we were doing the RDR, he set up what we call the Senior Leader Advisory Group. It was a group of 40 retired minority senior leaders. For the RDR, these were all Black senior leaders. They were retired GOs, retired SESs, active duty GOs, active duty active SESs, and Chief Master Sergeants, both retired and active duty. Well, and we also had Guard and Reserve representation in there in that Senior Leader Advisory Group also. So we got their help to get the senior leader perspective before we went into surveys and group discussions. So those built the foundations in the RDR. What we found when we went to the DR, when we were dealing with more minority groups and smaller minority groups, that it was tough to get that level of senior leader advisor together. We just didn't have those numbers, which you can see when we look at the diversity at our senior leader corps. What we went in that case, we went to minority leader panels. So we checked all of the ethnic and racial minority groups that are in the census, and we brought in panels of their senior leaders and senior advisors to help us develop the surveys. So we went, we knew that we wanted to get the voice of all airmen, and the way to do that we felt like was through surveys. We recognized the limitations of surveys, and that's why we used the MAGCOM representatives and the senior leaders, because we wanted to design a survey that was a little bit different with important questions and things that we could build upon to identify disparities in perspectives. Finally, we went to discussion groups for the RDR. We had 138 separate discussion groups. For the DR, we had 117, I believe it was, separate discussion groups of airmen from all ranks, from E1 all the way to 06. And then we also met with senior leaders on the side, the 07 and above. So when we went into those discussion groups, we wanted to get those final words. We took what we learned in the surveys, and we wanted to hear from them and hear their perspective on what they took from that. At the end of the day, the discussion groups consistently reinforced the common themes that we were finding through the surveys, and they provided a lot of confidence in what we were putting into the report. So that was kind of the approach we took. It was a lot of data to pull in, and then a lot of consolidating. We used the Air Force Inspection Agency and their expertise to go out to the bases and do in-person. During the RDR, we did in-person visits. And then during the DR, because of COVID, we had to do a lot of those virtually. But they all worked out fairly well, I thought, and hopefully some of you got to participate in those discussion groups. Okay, so the observations that I kind of want to go into, I'm not going to cover a lot of them because they're in the reports, and I kind of want you to go read those reports. But I will go over a couple of the observations. Looking specifically at the RDR, the data we found showed that there was racial disparity for Black service members in pretty much across the board: law enforcement, apprehensions, criminal investigations, military justice, administrative separations, placement into occupational career fields, certain promotion rates, professional military education and development, and leadership opportunities. So that's the bottom line of what we came up with. You go into the RDR and it will cover each of those areas and explain why we saw those disparities, or what disparities we saw in each of those areas. When we got into the DR, we saw similar disparities based on the race ethnic groups and based on the gender groups. But there was a little bit difference there. In the report, we broke down the data showing for each group, and then we broke down each of the areas and discussed those. And the areas I'm talking about are military justice, admin discharges, OSI and security forces investigations, accessions, retentions, promotions, and leadership opportunities. What we found is that there were disparities, but they affected each of the groups to different degrees and in different ways. So we try to really capture that in the DR report. I think it's important to remember, and I want to really emphasize that here, is that while the data does show racial disparities, it does not indicate causality. So what's causing the disparities, we weren't at the point where we could really identify that. We did identify that the disparities exist, and that's why when we talk about when I talk about what we learned and the need for root cause analysis, that's really where we kind of pushed that piece. As a group, we had a lot of discussions and we learned a lot of things along the way, and that's what I want to cover a little bit more here. What I personally took out of these things, and really what I call in the slide there is cues in personal experience. These facts and these numbers are what some of the reports we studied and some of the RAND experts called cues, and they're data, but how you interpret that data is really personal. So it doesn't change the data, but it does change how the data impacts individuals and how the individuals interpret those data. So what I took from these two reports, I'm going to read just a little bit out of the reports. What I thought was very important was the personal views that we learned and what we heard from the voice of the airman. And some of those highlights that we had went from the RDRs. We found that 2 out of every 5 Black enlisted civilians and officers did not trust their chain of command to address racism, bias, and unequal opportunities. 1 out of every 3 Black service members said they believe the military discipline system is biased against them. 3 out of every 5 Black service members believed they do not and will not receive the same benefit of the doubt as their white peers if they get into trouble. 1 out of every 3 Black officers did not believe the Air Force and Space Force provided them the same opportunities to advance as their white peers. And 2 out of every 5 Black civilians have seen racial bias in the service's promotion system. That's how, when we went in the RDR, that's the voice of the airmen we were hearing and how they were interpreting these cues that we had seen. To me, as a former commander, that's good information for me to have, and I think it should kind of shape how you lead in our diverse Air Force. Okay, from the diversity review, I'll cover a little bit of the voice of the airman. I thought was also the important part in the voice of the airman that we heard, and in the report, what we found after we did all the data and pulled all our information from the surveys and then bounced it off of the discussion groups, we're fairly confident in these numbers, but the big piece is that you understand the impact that disparities are having on our airmen. 43% of racial and ethnic minority members said they have to conform to behave more like non-minority members to be successful in the Air Force. Similarly, 38% of female respondents said they had to conform and behave more like their male peers to succeed. 41% of racial and ethnic minority group respondents said they had to work harder than their white peers to prove they were competent at their job. On the gender side, this perception rose to 45%, meaning that almost half of our female respondents said they had to work harder than their male peers to prove their competency. Finally, about half of the female respondents said maintaining work-life balance and taking care of family commitments adversely affects female airmen and guardians more than male airmen and guardians. Finally, 1 out of every 3 female military respondents and 1 out of every 4 female civilian respondents stated they experienced sexual harassment during their Air Force career. So those were some of the things that stood out to me, and that's why I put them up at the front of the report, or I wanted them at the front of the report, and you'll see them there as you go through. But the interesting part on this is when you get back into the data of the 2 reports, you'll see how different groups, minority groups or the majority groups, viewed these cues and how they came out a little bit differently. So I think it's important to understand that, and it's an important piece to listening to our airmen and understanding our airmen, and an important part of empathy. Okay, sorry about that. The other things that I wanted to kind of cover on what I thought was important that I learned through this was the importance of in leadership. When we made recommendations, when recommendations came out, and you'll see it in the appendix of the RDR, and we started down this courses of action, we kind of diverted or reverted towards a functional focus on fixing these problems, which is good. I mean, our functions are the ones that own the processes and own the guidance, but there's a leadership piece of these disparities that is very important, and a simply functional approach to change isn't going to have the lasting impact that we need it to have. Secretary Kendall talked a little bit today about a cultural change, and what we saw and what we kind of viewed through this reports is that I think that that cultural change really has to start at leaderships at all levels. Our processes are all executed by human beings, and it's that leadership piece that deals with that human part of the equation. The other thing that we identified was the need for root cause analysis, or I like to put it another way, the courage to identify root causes. Unless we are willing to stand up and identify the root causes and make an effort to identify what the specific areas that we're addressing in our courses of action are, then we don't come up with good ways to measure our success and measure our change. So I think it's important that we have the courage in the Air Force to identify the root causes. Finally, I wanted to cover a little bit about perceptual differences. Perceptual differences are real and impact our force. How the cues are the facts. The cues are what you can look at and say, we can judge and we can look and see where all these disparities are, and we can see kind of ground truth in that. But the differences start coming in how people perceive those cues. And these differences especially impact how we identify courses of action and how we are going to address diversity issues in the future. So we've got to understand and accept that there are perceptual differences. Okay, finally, I wanted to cover a little bit of the future role of the IG in this diversity and inclusion realm. We got tasked to do these two reports, and in that realm, we learned a lot about diversity and inclusion as we went through those. But we are not the functional experts or the subject matter experts. We're not the functional experts on the processes and the procedures, and we're not the functional experts on diversity and inclusion. But we did our best to provide the data that will enable effective root cause analysis, which is what one of our goals was. The IG is not really qualified to lead those root cause analysis. So that's going to be up to the, let me go back one here. That's going to really be up to the functional experts. And that's where I want to put a plug in for SAF DI. This really kind of stood up. One of the things we noticed as we were going through early on in the RDR and especially in the DR, that we really didn't have a headquarters level leadership in the D&I realm. And that's where SAF D&I comes in. I think that they are positioned and well positioned to take up those roles of overseeing the effectiveness of overseeing the actions that are being taken. Okay, as Secretary Kendall stated this morning, it's up to all of us to stay proactive. I hope that kind of spurred on some questions, and I'm willing to take on any questions that you have as we go through. I'm going to put up this last slide. This is where you can find the two reports. If you also look for the DR addendum, that one is also another report that comes through. It's just an additional thing that we looked at for Secretary Ortiz. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Riney. We do have a few questions that we would like to ask. The first one is, why was the IG tagged to do the reviews? Was one of the questions.
Got it. That's a good question. I mean, I just mentioned that we're not the functional experts. So why did it come to SAF IG? I think part of that comes from the role that we play in senior official investigations. One of the things we do in senior official investigations is we do an investigation and as quickly as possible come to a conclusion and write a report that is for Congress and for our senior leaders and for our senior leaders' decisions. The Inspector General recognized that we've had some success in dealing with special inquiries, housing questions or housing deficiencies across the Air Force. And I think that they saw that capability in our office and they wanted a leadership perspective on this. We've done studies in the past. I think that the expertise that our office brought in, being made up of former group and wing commanders, brought a different perspective. And I think they also wanted an outside look of somebody who hasn't been in D&I for a long time to come in. We recognized that we didn't have the expertise, so we knew we had to go out and get a lot of help to write the reports. So I think that's why they chose the IG to do this. It's a little bit out of our lane when you think about that, but we were assessing where we are with the Air Force and where the Air Force is, and that's one of the jobs of the IG.
Okay, thank you. Our next question was, haven't we done diversity reviews like this before? And what was different about the RDR and DER reviews this time?
I think that's a great question, because that's exactly what we saw when we were going through these previous reports. We've known this stuff for a while. Why are we still where we are in our evolution? We've come a long way. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying we haven't come a long way, but there were things that we were learning that hadn't gotten out to everybody. So what I think these two reports did that was helpful is it consolidated a lot of the information. So it gave us a foundational place to start. When we started this, we had aspirations of going into the root cause analysis and being able to provide, concrete recommendations on where we should go based on that root cause analysis. What we learned quickly is this is very complex, and you can see it in the reports. I think what's different in these two reports is really that voice of the airman part. When I think about how these reports can be used as a commander, I would hope that you could read these reports and get a little bit of an understanding for the minority members in your unit. That's where I think the real benefit to these come in. Yes, we're going to do a lot of functional changes. We're going to make a lot of changes, and we're going to make some policy changes based on this. We're going to move forward. We've made some great strides. But where I see the value of that voice of the airman, this is probably my personal view, is in the individual leadership and the understanding that can create. Like Secretary Kendall was talking about, reading and understanding are important pieces of that empathy part, and I hope that these can provide it. I know there are some things that I probably would do differently as a commander after doing these two reports. So we tried to include that in the write-ups, and hopefully our senior leaders, even our junior leaders, even our frontline supervisors can gain a little bit more understanding when you think about how personal experiences impact how you view the cues that are coming in.
Understood. Thank you. A follow-up question: what role will the IG play in future diversity assessments? And a tangent to that is there a part where there may be something addressing a DR for sexuality?
The future IG reports, again, is if we get a special inquiry coming down to do this, this is really something that stood up with D&I, and we're going to be measuring the effectiveness of D&I moving forward. And I think that's where, like the Air Force, like the IG does with the Air Force at large, we measure the effectiveness and efficiency of the actions that we're taking. So at this point, I know we're going to do an FY23 assessment to follow up on these two reports. But after that, I really think it's going to turn, the IG's role is going to turn more into an assessment of how we're doing overall. So we may use these as foundational pieces, but it'll be more like the assessments that we do on managerial, the managerial assessments, and even the unit assessments that the Air Force Inspector General kind of heads up. So that's where I see this going. Yes, all these different these groups and the different topics are going to be part of those assessments, in my opinion. And again, as we move forward, those will become more and more clear. At this point, all I know is that there's a FY23 update planned or assessment planned.
Okay, thank you. What are the key changes that you have seen as a result of the reviews?
The biggest one I think I've seen is D&I. I mean, and well, there's two things I think, and I like to attribute it to the reports. That's probably because of where I'm standing and where the actions I took on those. But there's some big changes, I think, in the discussions, in the things that are happening at the unit level, in the way that leaders are addressing diversity and inclusion. I think those are big changes. And if you look back 3 years and now, I think there are some big changes. One of the big changes is this forum today and the D&I standing up and making sure that this stays moving forward. General Lyles headed up the MLDC report in 2011. That is a great report. It's much more in depth. They took a year to look at the leadership development pieces in the military at large. It's a great report. More should have come out of that. And I think the reason it didn't come out of that is we didn't have the headquarters level, and we didn't have the secretary, and we didn't have the chief of staff and the CSO staying focused on this. One of the things that General Saeed wanted to point out when IG got involved in this is we need to figure out a way to keep the momentum moving in these areas and not let it stagnate and not let us kind of revert into the old ways, if that makes sense. And I think one of the ways, and this is why I really focus on the leadership aspect, one of the ways that these reports and what we're doing now is a little different than what we've done in the past, is really focusing on the individuals and trying to instill that cultural change that we need to be better leaders. We just need to be better.
Thank you. What are the biggest challenges ahead?
Well, again, I'm coming from a layperson's perspective. I think what Secretary Kendall said is really important. This is cultural change. It's difficult. These reports and gathering the data and putting the data up is kind of the easy part. I think having the courage and having the expertise to go forward and identify root causes and work on those root causes is important. And I think that's going to be difficult. I think it's hard to go out on those limbs, and we're going to make some mistakes. And I think there's going to be some setbacks, and it'll be hard to keep the momentum through those setbacks. What I'm hoping for is that this is a leadership change and a leadership from the grassroots levels, leadership changes. What I think is challenging is enabling our good leaders to be good leaders, if that makes sense. Sometimes we'll make changes that inhibit the good leaders, and it kind of handcuffs them a little bit because we want to make sure that we don't have any bad leaders. It's kind of a good way to put it. And I think that's difficult. So those are the challenges. I know there's a big, kind of big picture challenges. I think the root cause analysis is hard, and it's gonna be hard to do, and it's gonna be hard to keep that momentum. But I think that's important, and I think we've got to do that.
Okay. We'll ask one more question, and then I'll just let you wrap up with any closing comments that you have. But do you have, or are there any mechanisms to evaluate this information on a local basis? So maybe a way for local DEIA programs to conduct their own disparity reviews?
Well, I think you can. I think we did a fairly good job of doing it at a big picture. And I know that there's a desire to do it at your own levels. I think what's in the two reports is enough to get you started with your people. If you're a squadron commander and you want to know what's going on in my unit, I don't know that you need to do a whole review like we did. Use what's in here and get with your people and lead, if that makes sense. that's what, use these as a tool. I don't think we need to recreate them at every level. I know we immediately when we came out with these, there was a desire from at the senior levels. Well, I want to know what's going on in my wing, and I want to know what's going on in my numbered Air Force. The big picture is, I think we've got a good voice of the airman here, and it's going to be different for every airman. So everybody's changing positions. I don't know that, I think you can use these tools at all levels, even if you're just a supervisor or a flight commander with 12, 14 people. Look at it. You have diversity in your group. It may not be as apparent as in other groups, but there's diversity there, and I think you can learn something by looking at this, and it'll affect how you lead.
Very good. Thank you so much. And thank you for your time and sharing with us today. We'll now turn this back over to our MC. Back to you, Major Brooks.
Sorry for the delay, trying to click back on my video here. All right, well, thank you so much, Mr. Riney, for those comments and insights on the report. Next, we'll be transitioning into a working lunch. We have a video compilation prepared for you with insights surrounding DEIA concepts from the Department of the Air Force that will play on a loop. Please enjoy these great paced videos as you enjoy your meal. We will also display the fact sheets for the 7 DAF bogs. Then we'll meet back at 1300 Eastern Standard Time for Block 11. You won't want to miss this opportunity to hear about the challenges and efforts occurring across the DoD. We hope to see you back then.
We are all airmen,
We are all airmen, but we are all different.
We don't all look alike,
We don't all think alike.
and we don't all hold the same beliefs. Far from it.
Our individual experiences can serve as great teachers, but they can blind us from seeing the experiences of others. They make us biased.
You may be thinking, I know what bias is, and I don't have it. But that's exactly what unconscious bias is. It can't be seen or felt.
It hides itself in our routine behaviors and doesn't surface until someone else shines the light on it.
Until we look at where we are and wonder why we haven't made more progress. To be biased is to be human. You're biased, but so am I.
So am I.
We all are.
If we can't acknowledge our biases, or worse yet, don't even try to,
We are inviting them to divide us. Our biases may be unintentional.
but their impact causes real pain. So how do we see what someone else sees?
How do we know what they know?
How do we feel what they feel? It starts with conversation, because we haven't and won't ever be them.
You may have never been the only one in the room who looked like you, heard the hurtful comments about your culture,
Or been underestimated or disregarded simply based on someone else's unverified thoughts about you.
It's also quite likely you've been the person who's had those unverified thoughts about someone else. To those of you who have not been the only in the room,
Please listen. To those of you who are the only in the room,
please talk with us. These conversations will be uncomfortable.
and sometimes they will just be plain hard. But when we listen to each other and talk with each other,
We can enhance our relationships and build truer equity. This is the time. This is the place. This is our chance. The only way to counteract unconscious bias is with conscious effort. It must begin with ourselves.
we have to give ourselves a long, hard look. We must be humble and open.
And welcome feedback when our biases reveal themselves. We all desire to be the best version of ourselves as we serve our country.
We all dream of living, working, and loving in a place where we can thrive and be our whole selves.
Together, we see more and we know more.
Together, we can identify our blind spots and support each other. If we don't, nothing will change.
Nothing will change. So let's take pause.
Let's listen.
Let's talk. And let's change for the better. Aim high, Airmen.
We all represent the U.S. Air Force and Space Force, but we each represent something beyond this country and beyond our service. We represent our parents, our children, our partners, our values, ourselves. The day you decide to serve isn't the day you give up who you are. It's the day you show who you are, and the day we become stronger for having you in our ranks. No matter your culture, your beliefs, your background, or who you identify as, one thing will always be true. You belong here. Our service is our common ground. It's an invitation to learn more about each other so that we can accept our differences with understanding and empathy. It should motivate us to make everyone feel like they belong. If we can put our lives in each other's hands on the front lines, we need to have each other's backs when we're home. No one's identity should ever be dismissed or disregarded. If we undermine each other, we undermine the very thing we serve. We all serve the same nation and fight for the same mission. We all joined for the same reasons: to serve our country, to provide for our families, to be a part of something bigger than ourselves so that we might become our best selves. But if we can't see the best in each other, we'll never be the best versions of ourselves. Our diversity is our strength. Our combined differences make us faster, better, and more powerful. Because we're different, we see what our enemies can't and have experienced what they won't. We have the advantage as long as we continue to work together. The Air Force and the Space Force are environments where everyone should be able to reach their full potential. We've come a long way, and we're making strides, but we're not there yet. So let's continue to build it more consciously. Let's open our minds and opportunities to more people. Let's be more willing to see each other, to hear each other, and to be curious about each other's perspectives. Inclusion is not the enemy of readiness. Division is. If we want to win as a team, we have to champion each other first. Welcome to the family. This Air Force and this Space Force are yours.
We don't rise every morning and hope to do the same things we did yesterday. We don't resolve to remain the same. Our minds expand with every person we meet, every place we travel, and every time we step outside of our comfort zone. The more we grow, the farther we dare to go. The only question is, how far will that be? We come to the Air Force Academy because we want to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. We want to be challenged like never before. We don't expect it to be easy. We don't even want easy. In 1955, Air Force Secretary Harold E. Talbot said, "The Academy is a bridge to the future." This bridge is not laid out in front of us like a red carpet. It's a long, blue line started by the cadets who have come before us. We look to it to see how far we've come, but also to acknowledge how much farther we have to go. As a nation, we've always fought for freedom, but we still struggle to guarantee equality. We've seen what happens when we fail to listen to each other, and worse, when we don't even try. Our academy is not perfect either. Our history is proof. Until the 70s, we only had a handful of cadets of color in any class. It took 20 years and a presidential order for us to admit our first women. Some of us have experienced racism or heard inappropriate jokes in our halls. These failures weaken that long blue line. Where we go from here is up to us, because with every failure, there's opportunity. So let's take a long, hard look at ourselves, have the tough conversations, and lead the way. The more willing we are to understand and respect backgrounds and beliefs that are different from our own, the stronger we'll become. This ideal is not a finish line. It's a North Star we follow. The faces around here have changed over the years, but our graduates have always inspired others. They have fought bravely in wars, stood on Olympic podiums, served in Congress, and flown in space. These achievements are a testament to our own potential and inspire us to aim higher. Soon we will have the opportunity to be the new faces leading the way, and they will be the most diverse to date. Some call that progress, but it's just the beginning, because we can't represent the best of America if we don't look like America. We can't defend the rights of every citizen if we don't stand up for the rights of our fellow cadets. If one of us is disrespected, we are all disrespected. The Academy is a pillar of leadership. Airmen have led our society before, and we must lead the way today. We have the power to shape what the Air Force and Space Force become. Our fellow airmen and guardians are counting on it. It's an incredible honor, but an even bigger responsibility. The Academy helps cadets to live honorably and to become the leaders our country needs. It's up to us to show the world who that is. We're taught to always look to the future, but first we need to recognize where we are right now. We can't move forward without looking at where we stand. So let's stand for each other before anything else. The more we treat each other with dignity and respect, the higher we'll rise. They say it's lonely at the top, but we wouldn't know. Because we're all up here together.
have always been civilians in the Air Force, right there with us, side by side, at home and deployed. We wore the uniform, and they didn't. But they took that oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Chances are that oath means more to them than anybody can imagine. We're all part of the team. They could have taken their skills anywhere, but they brought them to the Air Force. Some of them have been here longer than us, and they'll be here when we've moved on. They're the ones with lifetimes of experience. They're the ones with fresh-faced enthusiasm, patriotism. They're the ones who are here to be part of something bigger than themselves, to serve their country and lead in any way they can. Are they airmen? Some are separated or retired. Some came in through an intern program or basic federal employment opportunity. Some were Marines, Army, Navy, Coast Guard. A lot of them do what we do, better. They do it for the same reason we do. Country. A team is not the people you work with. A team is the people you trust. Ask any airman what the civilian's purpose in the Air Force is, and you might hear that civilians are here to provide know-how and support. And just about every airman would tell you that civilians aren't just part of the team, they're a critical part of the team. So think about this. If everybody on a team supports each other, how are we supporting them? Simple, with our respect. This is for all you civilians watching this. The electricians, the defenders, engineers, childcare, instructors, logistics, finance, human resources, all 180,000 men and women without whom this Air Force would grind to a halt in a split second. You, our civilians. You may not stand at attention, but you stand for everything that is good and right about this country. You may not wear the uniform, but you do wear the mission. You are part of this team. You embody our core values, and there's such a thing as respect. We are never required to salute civilians, but we are allowed to. So we salute you. We thank you. And to every single one of you, we say this. Aim high, Airmen.
Integrity first, service before self, excellence in all we do. These are the core values that unite us, whether we're Guard, Reserve, or active duty. We took an oath, and we follow a creed. We are American airmen. We solemnly swore to defend and support the Constitution of the United States and the constitutions of each and every state. We may be part-time, we may be full-time, but we are all American airmen. We are warriors. We have answered our nation's call, faithful to a proud heritage, a tradition of honor, always ready. We are our nation's sword and shield. We will defend our country, our state, our homeland. We will serve our communities in times of crisis, in times of catastrophe, in peace and war. Deployed overseas or stationed at home, we have all chosen to make our own personal sacrifices to serve. This is one Air Force. We have to be. Times have changed. Each component brings unique skills, unique perspectives, and new ideas. As former Air Force Chief of Staff General Mark Welsh put it, we are 3 jets in a bomb burst. We may have moved apart, but we are still within visual range. We are still in formation. The goal is to communicate, to rejoin, fly, fight, win. Guard, Reserve, active duty. Integrity first. Service before self. Excellence in all we do. This is what we come back to. This is how we rejoin. This is where we're going. There are problems in the world that are bigger than the 3 of us. Nothing is impossible when we are one. Aim high, Airmen.
Everybody I ever knew coming out of basic, I wish I could go back and salute. We never saluted each other. We were instructed not to. We learned the proper way to salute our superiors. We were taught to salute our flag, but we didn't salute each other because we were equals. Not the same, equals. There was never any rule in the Air Force that said you had to like the person who might one day save your life. But we respected each other. No matter what, you respect each other. There are things you don't do, lines you don't cross, between men and women, officer and enlisted. That's your brother. That's your sister. That's an airman. We live by a higher code of conduct in the Air Force. Doing the right thing when the world is watching takes courage. Doing the right thing when no one is watching takes character. In the heat of battle, in the heat of a moment, when no one's around, your weaknesses do not come before your country's expectations. We're all airmen. Mutual respect is given. You may not be required to salute your equals, but you will honor their courage and sacrifice with respect. We are every pilot, every mechanic, every nurse, every combat controller, missile defender, master sergeant, and 4-star general that has ever sworn to be our nation's sword and shield. We are men and women who have lived and died side by side so that you can stand together and proudly call yourselves airmen. For what you do every day you put on that uniform, we salute you. Aim high, airmen.
None of us knew it then, but what we all came to learn later was that the way you live your life every day is the way you'll live your life that one day. We were taught to live by a code. Even before we took that oath, we got rules drilled into our heads. Do this, don't do that. There weren't a lot of gray areas. We were trusted with defending our country, and that trust carries with it a certain level of expectation. From our superiors, from ourselves, and from the public. People look up to us. They applaud us in airports. They respect us for our sacrifice, and thank us for our service. Those aren't automatic perks of the job. Never forget that. You're more than a role model. You are an airman in the United States Air Force. We don't just walk the straight and narrow. We fly above it. Our standards are higher. Our ethics allow us to lead. Ethics are a code of honor that say who we are as a military or nation. You represent yourself and all airmen that came before you. Set the stage for those that follow. In times of battle, in times of peace, the decisions we make in moments small and large, in the heat of the moment, in your everyday routine, will define a lifetime of service. Even when you're not in uniform, you wear the oath. This is not just a lesson for an airman basic. On duty, at home, in a bar, the crossroads will find you. That one day is coming, and you will choose a path to fly above. Choose wisely, and choose it every day. You will always know in your heart the difference between right and wrong. If you see a gray area, it could be that the right thing is hard. We never told you being an airman would be easy. We live by a set of core values that will guide you. We follow a code of ethics. You took an oath to defend the Constitution, not just with a weapon, but with what you stand for. You defend the principles and foundation of our nation with your character and your decisions. Be the airman your country expects. Be the airman they believe in. Be the airman they applaud in the airport. And remember these 3 simple words. Aim high, airman.
It's easy to find your limits. Eventually, you hit a wall or a ceiling. In the Air Force, we tell our own to aim high. Since the beginning, we've refused to accept limits. We don't hit walls. It wasn't that long ago they said man couldn't fly. In 1947, we broke the sound barrier. The Tuskegee Airmen broke the color barrier. America's women broke the gender barrier. Some walls are inside your head. Some walls are in the minds of others. Intolerance, ignorance, oppression. The Berlin blockade was a wall you could touch. We broke through. More than 2 million tons of cargo, food, clothing, medical supplies were airlifted across the Soviet line. The Arctic saw a C-47 Skytrain become the first plane to ever land at the North Pole in 1952. In 1978, GPS was born with the launch of Navstar, and guided defense systems became reality. The first enlisted RPA pilot, the first American female fighter pilot, soon, the first female Special Tactics Airman. The Enola Gay ushered in the nuclear era. We've made planes all but invisible. We were the first to parachute from outer space. We have to aim higher because there are no boundaries in this Air Force. We see the impossible. We see things no one else sees. But we don't see walls. Where others see barriers, we see bridges to the future. Hard to cross, dangerous, with no guarantee. But what's on the other side is worth it. It's not greatness or glory, it's selflessness. We don't break barriers for ourselves, because to break through is not the end of your journey. It's the beginning of 1,000 journeys for those right behind you. Inside every one of us is something so small and enormous, it has the potential to change the world. It's our purpose. Small because it's personal, enormous because of its power. It's been said that the 2 most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you find out why. Everything was impossible until someone did it. You have sworn an oath to follow orders. Your orders are to look to the horizon. Look to the sky. Space. Dare to see beyond everything we know. The future is waiting for you to create it. Walls are built of fear and doubt. The ones who break through are the ones who never saw a wall at all. Aim high, Airmen.
When you meet other people, the moment you actually say your first word and they pick an accent, they think that you don't know nothing.
How, as a people, can we come together to change?
There can be a lot of diversity issues and struggling to accept others from where they came from.
These conversations have to happen until we don't have to have them anymore. This is something that we should have already been doing.
We have to think of innovative, new ways that we can lead a diverse and inclusive, encompassing force, and that's how we can maximize our potential.
I'm Master Sergeant Carlos Serena.
My name is Staff Sergeant Minnie Adipo.
Senior Airman Brandy Serrano.
A1C Jonathan Brosma.
Captain Justin Lynette.
These are the important conversations
that we need to have
in our Air Force.
We are all airmen.
We are all airmen, but we are all different.
We don't all look alike.
We don't all think alike.
And we don't all hold the same beliefs. Far from it.
Our individual experiences can serve as great teachers, but they can blind us from seeing the experiences of others. They make us biased.
You may be thinking, I know what bias is, and I don't have it. But that's exactly what unconscious bias is. It can't be seen or felt.
It hides itself in our routine behaviors and doesn't surface until someone else shines the light on it.
until we look at where we are and wonder why we haven't made more progress. To be biased is to be human. You're biased, but so am I.
So am I.
We all are.
If we can't acknowledge our biases, or worse yet, if we don't even try to,
we are inviting them to divide us. Our biases may be unintentional,
but their impact causes real pain. So how do we see what someone else sees?
How do we know what they know?
How do we feel what they feel? It starts with conversation, because we haven't and won't ever be them.
You may have never been the only one in the room who looked like you, heard the hurtful comments about your culture,
or been underestimated or disregarded simply based on someone else's unverified thoughts about you.
It's also quite likely you've been the person who's had those unverified thoughts about someone else. To those of you who have not been the only in the room,
please listen. To those of you who are the only in the room,
please talk with us. These conversations will be uncomfortable.
And sometimes they will just be plain hard. But when we listen to each other and talk with each other,
we can enhance our relationships and build truer equity. This is the time. This is the place. This is our chance. The only way to counteract unconscious bias is with conscious effort. It must begin with ourselves.
We have to give ourselves a long, hard look. We must be humble and open.
And welcome feedback when our biases reveal themselves. We all desire to be the best version of ourselves as we serve our country.
We all dream of living, working, and loving in a place where we can thrive and be our whole selves.
Together, we see more and we know more.
Together, we can identify our blind spots and support each other. If we don't, nothing will change.
Nothing will change. So let's take pause.
Let's listen.
Let's talk. And let's change for the better. Aim high, Airmen.
We all represent the U.S. Air Force and Space Force, but we each represent something beyond this country and beyond our service. We represent our parents, our children, our partners, our values, ourselves. The day you decide to serve isn't the day you give up who you are. It's the day you show who you are, and the day we become stronger for having you in our ranks. No matter your culture, your beliefs, your background, or who you identify as, one thing will always be true. You belong here. Our service is our common ground. It's an invitation to learn more about each other so that we can accept our differences with understanding and empathy. It should motivate us to make everyone feel like they belong. If we can put our lives in each other's hands on the front lines, we need to have each other's backs when we're home. No one's identity should ever be dismissed or disregarded. If we undermine each other, we undermine the very thing we serve. We all serve the same nation and fight for the same mission. We all joined for the same reasons: to serve our country, to provide for our families, to be a part of something bigger than ourselves so that we might become our best selves. But if we can't see the best in each other, we'll never be the best versions of ourselves. Our diversity is our strength. Our combined differences make us faster, better, and more powerful. Because we're different, we see what our enemies can't and have experienced what they won't. We have the advantage as long as we continue to work together. The Air Force and the Space Force are environments where everyone should be able to reach their full potential. We've come a long way, and we're making strides, but we're not there yet. So let's continue to build it more consciously. Let's open our minds and opportunities to more people. Let's be more willing to see each other, to hear each other, and to be curious about each other's perspectives. Inclusion is not the enemy of readiness. Division is. If we want to win as a team, we have to champion each other first. Welcome to the family. This Air Force and this Space Force are yours.
We don't rise every morning and hope to do the same things we did yesterday. We don't resolve to remain the same. Our minds expand with every person we meet, every place we travel, and every time we step outside of our comfort zone. The more we grow, the farther we dare to go. The only question is, how far will that be? We come to the Air Force Academy because we want to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. We want to be challenged like never before. We don't expect it to be easy. We don't even want easy. In 1955, Air Force Secretary Harold E. Talbot said, "The Academy is a bridge to the future." This bridge is not laid out in front of us like a red carpet. It's a long, blue line started by the cadets who have come before us. We look to it to see how far we've come, but also to acknowledge how much farther we have to go. As a nation, we've always fought for freedom, but we still struggle to guarantee equality. We've seen what happens when we fail to listen to each other, and worse, when we don't even try. Our academy is not perfect either. Our history is proof. Until the 70s, we only had a handful of cadets of color in any class. It took 20 years and a presidential order for us to admit our first women. Some of us have experienced racism or heard inappropriate jokes in our halls. These failures weaken that long blue line. Where we go from here is up to us, because with every failure, there's opportunity. So let's take a long, hard look at ourselves, have the tough conversations, and lead the way. The more willing we are to understand and respect backgrounds and beliefs that are different from our own, the stronger we'll become. This ideal is not a finish line. It's a North Star we follow. The faces around here have changed over the years, but our graduates have always inspired others. They have fought bravely in wars, stood on Olympic podiums, served in Congress, and flown in space. These achievements are a testament to our own potential and inspire us to aim higher. Soon we will have the opportunity to be the new faces leading the way, and they will be the most diverse to date. Some call that progress, but it's just the beginning. Because we can't represent the best of America if we don't look like America. We can't defend the rights of every citizen if we don't stand up for the rights of our fellow cadets. If one of us is disrespected, we are all disrespected. The Academy is a pillar of leadership. Airmen have led our society before, and we must lead the way today. We have the power to shape what the Air Force and Space Force become. Our fellow airmen and guardians are counting on it. It's an incredible honor, but an even bigger responsibility. The Academy helps cadets to live honorably and to become the leaders our country needs. It's up to us to show the world who that is. We're taught to always look to the future, but first we need to recognize where we are right now. We can't move forward without looking at where we stand. So let's stand for each other before anything else. The more we treat each other with dignity and respect, the higher we'll rise. They say it's lonely at the top, but we wouldn't know. Because we're all up here together.
There have always been civilians in the Air Force, right there with us, side by side, at home and deployed. We wore the uniform, and they didn't. But they took that oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Chances are that oath means more to them than anybody can imagine. We're all part of the team. They could have taken their skills anywhere, but they brought them to the Air Force. Some of them have been here longer than us, and they'll be here when we've moved on. They're the ones with lifetimes of experience. They're the ones with fresh-faced enthusiasm, patriotism, They're the ones who are here to be part of something bigger than themselves, to serve their country and lead in any way they can. Are they airmen? Some are separated or retired. Some came in through an intern program or basic federal employment opportunity. Some were Marines, Army, Navy, Coast Guard. A lot of them do what we do, better. They do it for the same reason we do. Country. A team is not the people you work with. A team is the people you trust. Ask any airman what the civilian's purpose in the Air Force is, and you might hear that civilians are here to provide know-how and support. And just about every airman would tell you that civilians aren't just part of the team, they're a critical part of the team. So think about this. If everybody on a team supports each other, how are we supporting them? Simple, with our respect. This is for all you civilians watching this. The electricians, the defenders, engineers, childcare, instructors, logistics, finance, human resources, all 180,000 men and women without whom this Air Force would grind to a halt in a split second. You, our civilians. You may not stand at attention, but you stand for everything that is good and right about this country. You may not wear the uniform, but you do wear the mission. You are part of this team. You embody our core values, and there's such a thing as respect. We are never required to salute civilians, but we are allowed to. So we salute you. We thank you. And to every single one of you, we say this. Aim high, Airmen.
Integrity first. Service before self. Excellence in all we do. These are the core values that unite us. Whether we're Guard, Reserve, or active duty. We took an oath, and we follow a creed. We are American airmen. We solemnly swore to defend and support the Constitution of the United States and the constitutions of each and every state. We may be part-time, we may be full-time, but we are all American airmen. We are warriors. We have answered our nation's call, faithful to a proud heritage, a tradition of honor, always ready. We are our nation's sword and shield. We will defend our country, our state, our homeland. We will serve our communities in times of crisis, in times of catastrophe, in peace and war. Deployed overseas or stationed at home, we have all chosen to make our own personal sacrifices to serve. This is one Air Force. We have to be. Times have changed. Each component brings unique skills, unique perspectives, and new ideas. As former Air Force Chief of Staff General Mark Welsh put it, we are 3 jets in a bomb burst. We may have moved apart, but we are still within visual range. We are still in formation. The goal is to communicate, to rejoin, fly, fight, win. Guard, Reserve, active duty. Integrity first. Service before self. Excellence in all we do. This is what we come back to. This is how we rejoin. This is where we're going. There are problems in the world that are bigger than the 3 of us. Nothing is impossible when we are one. Aim high, Airmen.
Everybody I ever knew coming out of basic, I wish I could go back and salute. We never saluted each other. We were instructed not to. We learned the proper way to salute our superiors. We were taught to salute our flag, but we didn't salute each other because we were equals. Not the same, equals. There was never any rule in the Air Force that said you had to like the person who might one day save your life. But we respected each other. No matter what, you respect each other. There are things you don't do, lines you don't cross, between men and women, officer and enlisted. That's your brother. That's your sister. That's an airman. We live by a higher code of conduct in the Air Force. Doing the right thing when the world is watching takes courage. Doing the right thing when no one is watching takes character. In the heat of battle, in the heat of a moment, when no one's around, your weaknesses do not come before your country's expectations. We're all airmen. Mutual respect is given. You may not be required to salute your equals, but you will honor their courage and sacrifice with respect. We are every pilot, every mechanic, every nurse, every combat controller, missile defender, master sergeant, and 4-star general that has ever sworn to be our nation's sword and shield. We are men and women who have lived and died side by side so that you can stand together and proudly call yourselves airmen. For what you do every day you put on that uniform, we salute you. Aim high, airmen.
None of us knew it then. But what we all came to learn later was that the way you live your life every day is the way you'll live your life that one day. We were taught to live by a code. Even before we took that oath, we got rules drilled into our heads. Do this, don't do that. There weren't a lot of gray areas. We were trusted with defending our country, and that trust carries with it a certain level of expectation. From our superiors, from ourselves, and from the public. People look up to us. They applaud us in airports. They respect us for our sacrifice and thank us for our service. Those aren't automatic perks of the job. Never forget that. You're more than a role model. You are an airman in the United States Air Force. We don't just walk the straight and narrow. We fly above it. Our standards are higher. Our ethics allow us to lead. Ethics are a code of honor that say who we are as a military or nation. You represent yourself and all airmen that came before you. Set the stage for those that follow. In times of battle, in times of peace, the decisions we make in moments small and large, in the heat of the moment, in your everyday routine, will define a lifetime of service. Even when you're not in uniform, you wear the oath. This is not just a lesson for an airman basic. On duty, at home, in a bar, the crossroads will find you. That one day is coming, and you will choose a path to fly above. Choose wisely, and choose it every day. You will always know in your heart the difference between right and wrong. If you see a gray area, it could be that the right thing is hard. We never told you being an airman would be easy. We live by a set of core values that will guide you. We follow a code of ethics. You took an oath to defend the Constitution, not just with a weapon, but with what you stand for. You defend the principles and foundation of our nation with your character and your decisions. Be the airman your country expects. Be the airman they believe in. Be the airman they applaud in the airport. And remember these 3 simple words. Aim high, airman.
It's easy to find your limits. Eventually, you hit a wall or a ceiling. In the Air Force, we tell our own to aim high. Since the beginning, we've refused to accept limits. We don't hit walls. It wasn't that long ago they said man couldn't fly. In 1947, we broke the sound barrier. The Tuskegee Airmen broke the color barrier. America's women broke the gender barrier. Some walls are inside your head. Some walls are in the minds of others. Intolerance, ignorance, oppression. The Berlin blockade was a wall you could touch. We broke through. More than 2 million tons of cargo, food, clothing, medical supplies were airlifted across the Soviet line. The Arctic saw a C-47 Skytrain become the first plane to ever land at the North Pole in 1952. In 1978, GPS was born with the launch of Navstar, and guided defense systems became reality. The first enlisted RPA pilot, the first American female fighter pilot, soon, the first female Special Tactics Airman. The Enola Gay ushered in the nuclear era. We've made planes all but invisible. We were the first to parachute from outer space. We have to aim higher because there are no boundaries in this Air Force. We see the impossible. We see things no one else sees. But we don't see walls. Where others see barriers, we see bridges to the future. Hard to cross, dangerous, with no guarantee. But what's on the other side is worth it. It's not greatness or glory, it's selflessness. We don't break barriers for ourselves, because to break through is not the end of your journey. It's the beginning of 1,000 journeys for those right behind you. Inside every one of us is something so small and enormous, it has the potential to change the world. It's our purpose. Small because it's personal, enormous because of its power. It's been said that the two most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you find out why. Everything was impossible until someone did it. You have sworn an oath to follow orders. Your orders are to look to the horizon. Look to the sky. Space. Dare to see beyond everything we know. The future is waiting for you to create it. Walls are built of fear and doubt. The ones who break through are the ones who never saw a wall at all. Aim high, Airmen.
When you meet other people, the moment you actually say your first word and they pick an accent, they think that you don't know nothing.
How, as a people, can we come together to change?
There can be a lot of diversity issues and struggling to accept others from where they came from.
These conversations have to happen until we don't have to have them anymore. This is something that we should have already been doing.
We have to think of innovative, new ways that we can lead a diverse and inclusive, encompassing force, and that's how we can maximize our potential.
I'm Master Sergeant Carlos Serena.
My name is Staff Sergeant Minnie Adipo.
Senior Airman Brandy Serrano.
A1C Jonathan Brosma.
Captain Justin Lennett.
These are the important conversations
that we need to have
in our Air Force.
We are all airmen.
We are all airmen, but we are all different.
We don't all look alike.
We don't all think alike.
And we don't all hold the same beliefs. Far from it.
Our individual experiences can serve as great teachers, but they can blind us from seeing the experiences of others. They make us biased.
You may be thinking, I know what bias is, and I don't have it. But that's exactly what unconscious bias is. It can't be seen or felt.
It hides itself in our routine behaviors and doesn't surface until someone else shines the light on it.
Until we look at where we are and wonder why we haven't made more progress. To be biased is to be human. You're biased, but so am I.
So am I.
We all are.
If we can't acknowledge our biases, or worse yet, if we don't even try to,
we are inviting them to divide us. Our biases may be unintentional,
but their impact causes real pain. So how do we see what someone else sees?
How do we know what they know?
How do we feel what they feel? It starts with conversation, because we haven't and won't ever be them.
You may have never been the only one in the room who looked like you, heard the hurtful comments about your culture,
or been underestimated or disregarded simply based on someone else's unverified thoughts about you.
It's also quite likely you've been the person who's had those unverified thoughts about someone else. To those of you who have not been the only in the room,
please listen. To those of you who are the only in the room,
please talk with us. These conversations will be uncomfortable.
And sometimes they will just be plain hard. But when we listen to each other and talk with each other,
we can enhance our relationships and build truer equity. This is the time. This is the place. This is our chance. The only way to counteract unconscious bias is with conscious effort. It must begin with ourselves.
We have to give ourselves a long, hard look. We must be humble and open.
And welcome feedback when our biases reveal themselves. We all desire to be the best version of ourselves as we serve our country.
We all dream of living, working, and loving in a place where we can thrive and be our whole selves.
Together, we see more and we know more.
Together, we can identify our blind spots and support each other. If we don't, nothing will change.
Nothing will change. So let's take pause.
Let's listen.
Let's talk. And let's change for the better. Aim high, Airmen.
Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. We hope that you enjoyed this morning's sessions. This afternoon, we have a few more outstanding sessions prepared for you. In our next session entitled One Team, One Fight, DEIA Across the DoD, we have prepared a panel that will provide awareness about DEIA challenges and barriers that exist across the Department of Defense and how the services are confronting them. This panel will be moderated by Lieutenant Colonel Sherry Perkins, Chief Strategic Outreach and Recruitment for the Department of the Air Force's Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Please welcome Lieutenant Colonel Perkins and our DoD panel.
Thanks, Heather, for that introduction. Today, we have the opportunity to hear from 4 leaders from our sister services. These leaders will cover questions addressing the barriers and work being done in their services in the areas of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Joining us today, representing the U.S. Space Force, we have Brigadier General Devin Pepper. Brigadier General Pepper is the Deputy Director of the Strategy, Plans, and Policy Directorate, United States Space Command, Peterson Space Force Base, Colorado. In this position, he is responsible for developing military strategies, issuing strategic guidance, and planning military campaigns and contingency operations, and formulating policy in support of combatant commanders' responsibilities, outlined in the Unified Command Plan. He is a career Space and Missiles Operations Officer and has held command positions in the Air Force at the squadron, group, and wing level. Representing the U.S. Army, we have Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth French. Lieutenant Colonel French is an Army strategist currently assigned to the Army's Equity and Inclusion Agency. He began his 22-year career as an enlisted psychological operations specialist and was commissioned as a military intelligence officer. He became an Army strategist in 2013 and most recently was an operational planner for the Defense Intelligence Agency. He has been with the Army's Equity and Inclusion Agency for 1.5 years and has greatly enjoyed delving into the DEI challenges facing DoD and being part of the close-knit DEI community. Representing the United States Navy, we have Dr. Jessica Milam. Dr. Milam is a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisor for the 21st Century Sailor Office, OPNAV N17. In this role, she advises the director on the development and implementation of inclusion and diversity policy within the culture of excellence with respect to law, policy, mission, and organizational goals. Additionally, she plans and develops and coordinates long-range strategies and initiatives to support inclusion and diversity strategy for the Navy. Representing the United States Marine Corps, we have Dr. Norval Rock Dillard. Dr. Dillard is currently serving as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Senior Advisor and highly qualified expert for the United States Marine Corps and works in Manpower Policy Division of Manpower and Reserve Affairs, Headquarters Marine Corps. Dr. Dillard retired from active duty in 2008 as a colonel after serving more than 26 years in numerous command and staff positions in the United States Army. So let's get started. I will ask the first questions and give General Pepper an opportunity to answer, followed by responses from Lieutenant Colonel French, Dr. Milam, and Dr. Dillard. We will follow that order for the next questions. The first question, over to you, General Pepper. What are some disparities or challenges your service faces concerning underrepresented groups? And has your service identified any specific barriers to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility? And what is your service doing to address them? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lieutenant Colonel Perkins. So just to let folks know, I am assigned here at U.S. Space Command, and while I am not assigned in the what I would call the SAF DI office, certainly I work closely with the DI office, and I am a co-champion for one of our barrier analysis working group called the BEST, the Black Employment Strategy Team. So with that, this is something that I think that is very important to me. And I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here to represent Space Force and some of the things that we are moving out on in partnership with the Air Force to kind of remove some of these barriers. So let me, my wife always says I tend to use all the words. So that's her polite way of saying I talk too much. So I'm going to try not to do that because there's a lot that we can really get into, especially on this first question. But I'm going to say a couple of things and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the panel and certainly allow follow-on discussion, talk about some of the other things that we're doing in Space Force. So with that being said, I want to just highlight one quick thing. And this is something I've been telling folks a lot recently, the fact that we are all here together having this conversation, talking about barriers that need to be removed is certainly a step in the right direction. It certainly lends to the fact that we have all of the services have identified that there are barriers that prevent members in our service from achieving the highest level of their potential. So removing some of these barriers is going to take time, and it's going to take time for the change to fully be recognized in our services. But it's the fact of the matter that the work has to be done now, and that these studies, there still needs to be studies to be done to figure out what these barriers are. So let me just, and this is what I tell folks, change doesn't happen overnight. It is a constant, consistent pressure over time to force the organization to change. And the fact that we're sitting here having this conversation is telling to me, it means a lot to me, the fact that all of our service recognize that we can do better. So with that, one of the things that the Space Force identified, of course, in the Air Force led a racial disparity review, which we were looking at some of the challenges we have with our younger enlisted airmen, and the fact that they are disproportionately disciplined from their white male counterparts in the service. So when it comes to LOC, levels of counseling, and levels of reprimand. So certainly we have looked at ways in which we can change to make sure that commanders get trained to see exactly, well, first of all, knowing, just highlighting that fact and making sure that that was conveyed to the entire Air Force certainly is important to us. And now what we did was we put the light of transparency on commanders to make sure that we as the senior commanders understand exactly how our younger African-American airmen are and guardians are being disciplined in the service. One other step that we did in the Space Force is because of the fact that we saw that our younger guardians between E4 and E5, we actually were not being promoted as fast as their white male counterparts. So what we did was we actually removed the testing requirement for the younger ranks, E4 and E5, and we went to a board process to include an in-person interview. So that way we can make sure that any barriers associated with the artificiality of our testing is removed. And so now we're hoping, again, we just implemented this, so we're hoping to get some really good results and an increase in the number of African-Americans that we see moving into promotions to E4 and above. So I'll pause there. There's some other things that we're doing in the Department of the Air Force, which I'll talk to, but I'll just pause there and hand it over to the rest of my colleagues.
Lieutenant Colonel French, over to you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And really, a special thank you to the Air Force for leading the way on this and so many initiatives on the DEI arena. I think there's a lot we're doing, and hopefully between the services we have enough overlap that we can address some of the things that we share, some of the challenges that we share. For the purpose of brevity, I'll highlight 3 challenges that we see that are quite clear. Starting out with the framework of comparing the Army as population to the population of the United States as a whole, and that there's no real reason why we shouldn't represent have the same numbers in terms of demographic diversity. And using that as a framework, we have some very stark challenges. The most obvious one that everyone on the panel shares is retaining and recruiting women to the at least to a comparable representation in the regular population. Another challenge we have is as demographics shift to more Hispanic Latino, how do we build recruitment efforts in non-traditional areas? And then the third is, as you rise in rank in the Army and as part of the Department of the Army civilian workforce, it becomes a lot less demographically diverse, certainly more male, certainly more white. Some of the barriers that we've looked at, and as General Pepper has highlighted, these aren't easy answers. They're not easy solutions. And so we constantly need to be monitoring. This isn't we hire RAND for a report and then start moving out. We need to constantly be assessing these efforts that we have, as difficult as that is. For women, what we've discovered is some of the barriers to recruitment are shared and some barriers of retention. And we've created sort of this negative feedback loop. Two primary drivers are safety concerns, whether that be safety in combat, but safety just wearing the uniform, free of sexual harassment, sexual assaults, and parenthood, concerns of family. And both of these disproportionately affect women's propensity to join and their ability to retain the Army. So a couple of the things that we've done immediately to address those concerns. We have, Secretary recently signed a parental pregnancy and postpartum policy that makes it a lot easier for women to have children in the Army with parents and share that identity and still be successful, which is extremely important because that not only affects women, but affects single parents like me. Also, something that we are using the Air Force as a model, setting up our own women's initiative team. So part of the greatness of that recent postpartum policy was it was a grassroots effort. There was a lot of crowdsourcing using social media. And how do we use those efforts and technologies to help us solve these complex problems? So hopefully our WIT is as successful as the Air Force is. For the second challenge of the growing Hispanic Latino communities, again, how do we expand JROTC efforts in those areas? How do we expand recruitment efforts in those areas? And one of the ways we can help, at least from the Department of the Army level, is targeted outreach efforts. Recently, we attended the LULAC annual conference in Puerto Rico. And so building these team effort and cohesion amongst major community leaders, I think the Army can make inroads on a lot of those populations. And then finally, the disparities in high rank, that is something that we really need to understand better because there's a lot of things that are hard to measure that are part of that solution. One of the things that I would say is low-hanging fruit is the obvious correlation between combat arms and the Army. So you're talking infantry, aviation, tankers, artillery, are the least diverse branches in the Army, and that's where our general officers come from. So how do we have effective outreach to bring in a more diverse junior officer crew to whenever they're promoted to general officers in the future to help diversify that leadership? I'll pause there, Lieutenant Colonel Perkins, although I wish I had a good 2 hours to discuss this. Over.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Dr. Milo.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I join my colleagues in saying how grateful I am for the opportunity to share kind of what Navy's working on and also to learn from all of you. We set out a task force called Task Force One Navy, and that really helped us, Lieutenant Colonel Perkins, with this particular question that you posed about barriers. And it wasn't just our office, it was Navy writ large. So we had 5 flag officers who are leading 5 different lines of effort. And, sad to say, but there's a lot of barriers that underrepresented groups face. And so I'll just talk through a sample of what we found and kind of what we're doing with that. So one thing is rather obvious, but underrepresented groups don't have critical mass, right? They don't reflect, like Lieutenant Colonel French said, that comparable US population. So we're trying to get more numbers, trying to increase recruiting and retention. And we've done that by increasing the budgets for recruiting to underrepresented groups, by partnerships and sponsorships with national diversity organizations, by really driving outreach with like Sea Cadets and youth organizations, working with historically Black colleges and universities, their homecomings, and the Divine Nine, the fraternities and sororities. We implemented monthly diversity roundtables with 26 of our Navy talent acquisition group commanding officers, and are using junior officers as like adjunct recruiters. We developed an exchange with the Naval Academy and HBCU. So just some ideas on how to increase that recruiting. And like both General Pepper and Colonel French talked about, you've got to measure the impact, right? That can all be activity, right? We call them measures of progress, but what we're really interested in is the measures of effectiveness. So looking at where are leads coming from and what are those leads diverse? And so those are some of the measurements. Another barrier is on academic preparedness, on test scores, like General Pepper talked about. Not all of the schools are the same. So how do we help reach underrepresented groups and talent? So one example is the Navy prep program, preparatory program, partners with 22 universities, and ACT and SAT scores aren't required for some of those universities. Another barrier that impacts underrepresented groups is bias. And that could be bias all along somebody's career. So how do you, what kinds of tools can you help everybody who influences those times? So we developed a bias mitigation tool that we teach to everyone who goes through the War College. We teach, or we have a video, before boards to just remind people, we call them nudges, and lots of studies, to General Pepper's point, that help us understand where these barriers are and what's needed to mitigate them. Another barrier is that inside scoop, right? How do you know all of the things that you need to progress? And if your parents and grandparents were in the Navy, then it's pretty easy. But if not, you might feel like you're navigating it alone. So mentoring and getting the word out about all the different opportunities for mentoring. So General Pepper, I have the gift of gab as well. There's lots of barriers out there. We re-stood up our Office of Women's Policy to really dismantle some barriers for women. We share a lot of those that the Army was just talking about. But over to Dr. Dillard to talk about the work he's doing in the Marine Corps. Thank you.
Dr. Dillard.
Much like my colleagues, I certainly want to thank the Air Force for inviting us to be a part of your One Team, One Fight. A great question. When we look at representation over the last 10 years, the Marine Corps has made progress with racial and gender diversity. Since 2010, the racial diversity of our force has improved from 31 to about 42%, and then the gender diversity of our force has improved from 7 to 9%. And we just got, as you I'm sure have seen on the news, just got our first 4-star African-American confirmed this week. And although our numbers are improving, we're not immune, absolutely not immune to forces of bias that affect our minority members disproportionately. So we recognize the importance of certainly being inclusive and are working that piece really hard. We understand that we can be a stronger core by not only being diverse, but also being inclusive. And one of the things that we really rely heavily on is our strategic plan. We got a 5-year strategic plan, and within that plan to improve DEI, we have lines of effort 3 and 4, which really talk specifically, 3 talks to the education, training, and culture of inclusion, and also through commandership, which is the 4th one. So we're working to ensure an education and training enterprise that resources and formalizes and implements DEI throughout a Marine's career. So we're talking about all PME levels to facilitate that core-wide culture of inclusion that not only is ingrained, but also is actualized, which is important about that. And also in the commandership piece, or as we might say leadership, it's comprised of all those actions taken by the commanders to inspire, motivate, train, prepare, and mentor their units in preparation for winning. So at the end of the day, as we want those commanders to understand the importance of DEI, to lead with clearly defined roles, responsibilities, supporting the health of the command culture, which is critical of all levels of leadership, and maintain a unit accountability, certainly with equitable treatment of personnel. Now, one of the other things, quite frankly, I think it's probably one of the things that's plaguing throughout all of the services is recruiting and retention is a challenge across the Department of Defense. Once we recruit them, we want to retain them. Okay, retention hinges on inclusivity. If members of a group feel included and valued, they are more prone to see a future in the Corps. So the Marine Corps is at this time, we got a young force comprised of primarily of people that serve one enlistment before returning to higher education or the workforce. So we know that diversity and inclusion are important topics to the high quality retention of folks. So also we recommend that it's important that Marines come to the table with their unique abilities and talents and feel that they belong. And I always say, hey, you just be yourself, because at the end of the day, everybody else is already taken, right? So it's important to do that. But also, we understand that failing to embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion degrades our ethos and weakens our unit cohesion, and also ultimately degrades our lethality. So we must work to treat every Marine with dignity, respect, and fidelity by leading with moral fortitude and certainly professional integrity. Now, in terms of the other questions, we've identified any specific barriers to inclusion? Absolutely. And, leadership was not really looking for quick wins or low-hanging fruit. We wanted to get at systemic issues that might be issues such as performance evaluation, MOS assignments, and some of those other systemic things. So, we have identified barriers and really excited about the construct and the work of the DEI strat plan and talent management 2030, which is a very, very aggressive plan moving forward for leadership involvement for these issues. But some of the things we're doing with that is certainly assessment of marketing strategy was done by the Marine Corps Recruiting Command to look at external agencies to best understand the American population and propensity to serve. Also, one critical one that will get results soon, a fitness report bias study. Analysis began in August 2020 to examine all observed fitness reports written on active duty for Marines from 2010 to 2020. We're talking about over 1 million reports were analyzed, and the results were peer reviewed by analysts at operations analysts directed. Also TBS studies and some other things. We've got cohort study. We got a Peterson chair. We want to stand up after Frank Peterson, the first 3-star African-American at the university, to make sure that we have diversity inclusion training inculcated throughout the organization. So we got a lot of things going on, but those are the things I want to share with you and turn it over to the group. Thank you.
Thank you for those incredible insights to what each service is working on. So the next question shifts to culture. Are there any best practices your service has identified to create an inclusive culture and develop inclusive leaders that enable a culture where people feel heard, seen, valued, and can participate as their authentic selves and believe that they have an equitable chance for career advancement within the service? Over to you, General Pepper.
So let me circle back to the first question, and because if I don't talk about our partnership with our university program, especially with our HBCUs, General Thompson, our vice chief, may have a word with me. But because certainly he reached out just a few months ago to North Carolina A&T State University, the largest HBCU, and graduate more African-American engineers or people with STEM degrees than any other HBCU. And certainly we just signed we have what's called a university partnership program in which we signed an agreement with them in addition to Howard University. So certainly we have to attract talent where they are. And this is something that I think the Department of the Air Force, both Air Force and Space Force, are doing a much better job of going to those minority institutions to really ensure that we attract the talent that we need. Just like Lieutenant Colonel French mentioned, the Army has the same problem. The Air Force has this, and the Space Force have the same problem that the Army has, where most of the operations that we do in the Space Force come from the operational career field in the Space Force, and that tends to be less diverse than the overall population of the service. Therefore, we have to go and start early to target those individuals that we want, especially with STEM backgrounds, in the service. And that has to be done early and rigorously, and that's what we're doing now. So with that, I just want to make sure I circle back on that. I think that is going to be the benefit to the service. Now let's talk about culture. I think this is where culture is so. The Space Force will eventually have a very unique culture because of the fact that the Space Force consists of folks who transferred from another service, right? So certainly the majority of us came from the Air Force. And we've had a lot of transferees, folks who came in from the Army and also from the Navy, and certainly there potentially we'll have folks from the Marine Corps as well. I think we may have had one. So we will have an organization or a service, if you think about that, that has a culture that will include members from all the other services. And that's going to make us and add to the richness and the mosaic of who we are as a Space Force. So with that, there's some things we want to make sure that we do to make sure that we're hearing everyone's voice and everyone gets an opportunity, as I, this is Devin Pepper's words, has a shot at the title, right? And certainly the first thing we want to do is the training that my colleagues talked about. UBT, unconscious bias training, is absolutely the first line of defense, so to speak, to really remove some of these barriers. And we're instituting unconscious bias training at all levels to include, I just finished sitting on a non-statutory board where we're selecting our next 06 commanders. And it was a training that was given to all the board members to make sure, to reaffirm, to make sure that we think through some of our own unconscious biases that we have. And we've incorporated unconscious bias training at all levels. So we have integrated into our NCO academies, our first term airmen centers. We have integrated into our officer leadership schools, to include even in our NCO academy. We actually have a diversity session where the members can actually talk through a scenario. So we have certainly made sure that diversity, as we define it, as being able to allow everyone an opportunity to have success, we have embraced it as an organization. I think, and as the more we talk about it, the more comfortable people will get. I remember just a few years ago, we were not having these conversations, but now we are. And certainly we have incorporated this into our training at all levels throughout the Space Force. And I think we're going to start seeing dividends pay off certainly in the next couple of years. And I think it really comes down to when you get to the point where you're providing training that's allowing people to really think through when they hire folks for particular jobs, for my exec positions or for my key leadership positions. That's where you start. That's where the unconscious bias training really pays off dividends, because now you're giving everyone an opportunity to compete for those jobs. And certainly that leads on to other command opportunities, and to Colonel French's point, that's where our general officers come from, right? So certainly I think from a culture wise, we're going to develop a very unique culture in the Space Force. And I think that culture, because we're such a new service, really, and we have D&I as the foundation, and it's incorporated throughout all of our training elements, all of our echelon elements, I think it's going to pay off. We're going to see some significant changes in the Space Force in the years to come. So with that, I'll pause. But before I go off, I'll say congratulations to the Marine Corps on their success of actually promoting and having that 4-star African American general officer. So, good.
Hoorah, thanks, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel French, over to you to talk about the culture of the U.S. Army.
Well, thank you. And I share General Pepper's enthusiasm for the question. The first question is essentially, what are we doing up top, right, at the department level to address these concerns? And the second question that you're highlighting is what's going on down at the bottom echelons to not only instill these attitudes, but to build this culture. And I think one of the things that my office is really focused on is making its inclusive leadership synonymous with this idea of effective leadership. And effective leadership leads to cohesive teams. And as Dr. Dillard mentioned a second ago, when you have cohesive teams, your lethality is increased. And that's the bottom line. That's why we're here at DoD. And one of the ways that we've implemented this and tried to make it ubiquitous, especially in our services, is propagating what we call the WHO model. It's just a very basic leadership model. It's intuitive to a lot of natural leaders, but there's a lot of leaders that find themselves in positions without the tools, it doesn't come naturally to them. So real quickly, I'll go over what the WHO model is, because it's fantastic. So it's an acronym, right? So the W stands for who are they, right? So this can work in any level with any amount of team members. So what makes your team members tick, right? What aspects of their culture influence their identity? learning where they come from. What do they bring to the table, right? So the second is H is how do they show up, right? So what's their personality? What approach do they use for work? What's their motivation at work? Is it to help people? Is it to build processes? And finally, is the O is what do they have to offer, right? So what values, skills, and abilities, attributes do they bring to the table to help your team succeed? And so this is a very basic model, right? Again, it's probably intuitive to a lot of people, but it's not at all. And oftentimes we put people in positions of leadership, young men and women, and don't give them the tools to do so. So focusing on the lowest level and inculcating this this idea that inclusion equals effectiveness, and giving tools for young leaders to do that has been one of the priorities of our office.
So in the Navy, during the intro, Lieutenant Colonel Perkins talked about the culture of excellence. So this is part of what our office does and has done for years, is really focusing on primary prevention and getting to the left of destructive behaviors. And the culture of excellence has DEI running throughout it, especially the equity and inclusion piece. And what we found of late is really the importance of creating spaces for inclusion, right? Creating the space for conversations about it. For example, one of our major communities, and by communities, I mean like submarines, aviation, surface ships, one of our communities had a DEI symposium, and it was so different in that very senior leaders were incredibly supportive of, all of their sailors' lived experiences, which can be hard, right? If there's a difficult story, a barrier, like we talked about in the last question, but things that are hard to hear, right? And it's this idea we're working on a campaign called Get Real, Get Better. It's this idea of these real conversations. And at that symposium, people were sharing what they were challenged with, and then everyone was working together at how to increase inclusion in that community and across the Navy. And it was one of those conferences that came out with 50 plus action items. It wasn't just, hey, let's sit and talk about it, which is wonderful, but also what are we going to do about it? Grassroots organizations, we call them management advisory groups, and they can be organized under all kinds of different topics that really reach out to people's identities. But it's that inclusive space where people feel comfortable and they feel like they belong, and they can voice that. The part of the MAG that's different is that those underrepresented voices get funneled up to decision makers to really work on this inclusive cultures. We talked a little bit about our affinity group partnerships and things like that, listening sessions. But as Lieutenant Colonel French and General Pepper mentioned, the whole training and education piece, these core competencies for the entire Navy around equity and inclusion and diversity are so important. So those are throughout PME, professional military education, as well as our DEI practitioners who are around the fleet. They have their own set of core competencies, and it's about building inclusive leaders. We also have inclusion metrics. So we give a survey to each of those communities who then report out their competence, character, culture, and also their inclusion metrics to VCNO and CNO once a year. So it's a huge accountability part to making sure that the culture is inclusive, that it's equitable, and it's transparent to everyone in the community of how they have equity and an equal chance of getting to those senior positions that we were talking about. So the culture is everything. The Department of the Navy, and Rock may talk about it a little bit, is working on kind of a cultural assessment. Where are you on this cultural model so that commands can kind of measure that for themselves and understand where they need to focus attention. So it's a great question. Over to Rob.
Thanks so much, Dr. Milam. What I want to share is one of the things we're putting a tremendous amount of stake in is our Marine Corps Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Plan. I got to tell you, I came here from OSD, where I worked at ODEI, managing the D&I program there, and writing policy for about 8 years. But to be able to come on the ground and work with Marines really had me excited, particularly when I took a look at the DEI strategic plan, because this plan provides a 5-year roadmap for the Marine Corps to evaluate and improve in the areas of, we talked about recruiting, accession, talent management, education, training, and commandership. And this ties directly to culture, because in the end, the outcomes is will build strength through diversity, certainly promote a culture of inclusion, create opportunities through equity, and also involve the Marine career experience. And this strategic plan is one that it will identify some of those studies we talked about, root causes of the current disparity in our force, measure results in achievable intermediate and long-term objectives, and provide mechanisms to pursue, supervise those actions and completion. And oh, by the way, the strategic plan certainly has an implementation plan, and we're working those. Each one of those lines of effort is managed by a general officer. So we are really serious about getting at this. The implementation plan have smart measures of effectiveness to make sure that all those things are done. And by the way, we have as oversight diversity review board that looks at those. General Williamson is in charge of that board. So we make sure that we have teeth to it and understand that what gets codified and measured gets done. But that all of that is extremely important. That plan that seeks to eradicate biases that diminish our warfighting, effectively, and promote leaders to leverage all the talent available across our ranks to build that high-performing force that we're looking for. And the culture is all a part of that. Now, we're also, I think Dr. Milam hit on it just a little bit, part of the culture piece also along with that, along with the continuum of that plan through 5 years, is we also are looking, certainly nesting in the Department of the Navy, one, with an underrepresentation framework they're working, but more importantly, the DEI maturity model. Okay, and that maturity model, when you get to the end, it certainly talks about conforming, evolving, acceptance, cohesiveness, and inclusiveness. And at the end, when you get to the end, that's supposed to be a major means of being able to monitor and also to change the culture. And to your point, Dr. Milam, we're looking forward to certainly having Dr. Barber and company come down. But I also want to mention and kind of foot something that everybody's kind of talked about is outreach. I got to tell you, in the last 2 months, the sea services have gotten together. A couple months we had the Association of Naval Service with ANSO got together, and right on the heels of that, the Joint Women's Leadership Symposium was huge. And last week we had the 50th anniversary of the National Naval Officers Association, rather. They were all awesome, because when we talk about feedback, we try to get and understand the culture and things that are going on. Studies are one thing, okay? Because you can look at the quantitative and qualitative piece of it. But when you get it firsthand, unfiltered from folks that's telling you specifically what's going on the ground, cannot be underrated. It was awesome, because what you had was you specifically had participants giving issues associated with what's happening with each particular group to our senior leaders. And I'll give you one example. One group came up and said, hey, listen, we thought this boost program where you could go from being out of school from 2 years directly into the service was great. How many folks in here came in through the boost program? A lot of folks raised their hand and said, we were. They said, well, we don't understand why you killed it and we want it back. And the senior leader said, oh, by the way, good point. We bought it back last month. So these are the things, you got dialogue back and forth where you got leaders that can on the spot understand what's going on through these groups. And it's great to have that relationship, because some of the things we think we have and understand from these underrepresented groups, we don't get it as clearly as unfiltered as we do in these certainly in these events. So I want to say that's been a great lesson learned for us, more to come. So I'll pause with that and pass it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you all for those answers. As we run out of time, I would like to give each panelist an opportunity to give some words on what motivates you to do the work you do in the DEIA space, and how are you feeling in terms of optimism for the future? Over to you, General Pepper.
Yeah, thanks for that. I would just, in the interest of time, here's what I'll say. The reason why I'm so passionate about it, I've been in the, I was in the Air Force for 32 and a half years, transferred into the Space Force, and been in the Space Force for almost 2 years now. And you know, it comes back to the reason why this is so important, because it's a readiness issue. This is about, we have numerous examples over time on how ensuring that we allow an opportunity for all of us to achieve our highest levels has shown that it is a force multiplier, right? It's about combat effectiveness. And this is something our adversaries don't understand. They don't understand diversity, right? So certainly in the future going forward, how effective we are from a readiness standpoint is how we leverage all of our capability from all of our service members. Again, we can look at historical examples from the Tuskegee Airmen to the Navajo Wind Talkers to the Women Air Patrol, which certainly General Hap-Arnold said we're better pilots even and on par with our male pilots. So we have true historical examples. If it wasn't for the diversity of our military, this is how we win battles. This is how we achieve victory. So this is why it's so important to me, and why I'm so adamant about this and removing these barriers to make sure everyone has a shot at the title and everyone can achieve at the highest level. So it's about warfighting readiness for me. Thanks for the opportunity to sit on this panel. Thank you.
Yeah, so sort of echoing General Pepper, look, I believe that anyone that wants to join the Army that's physically and mentally capable should be able to, and the only thing that should limit you is talent and effort. And if you look at the way things are, it's just not that way. You know, my mission is to go through and discover why it's not that way. We'll call them barriers, and how we can break those down. And I really can't think of a higher purpose throughout my career. I certainly haven't had one, and it's an honor to be part of this community. Just real briefly, and to all of you that are on the network, the last year and a half has just been incredible for me on a professional level. And just on the panel, Dr. Milam and Dr. Dillard, I've been in meetings. Every time I'm in the meeting with one of those, do I learn something? And same thing, General Pepper, it makes me smarter, makes me a better person every single time I'm a part of this for this effort. So getting up and going to work is really easy for me these days.
Colonel Perkins, I think the answer to the question is like, it's something in your bones. You know, your passion with DEI is just it's a part of me. I love team development and what teams who are high performing because they trust each other and they really leverage the diversity, you know, that each of them bring to that team. I love being a part of their amazing stories, how creative and innovative these high-performing teams are. It's such an inspiration. Like General Pepper said, our mission is incredibly important, and DEI is key to that. It's all about that trust and connection, and really helping each team member thrive. I've been lucky enough to be a part of DEI in a couple of services in the Air Force, helped stand up the office, and now with the Navy for several years. There's a lot of challenges, right? Like, it can be a tough place. Behavioral change is slow and it's important, but I think for our teams, for our services, really for our families and communities, and, you know, for our world, it's incredibly important that that we continue to break down these barriers, get people talking, really promoting curiosity and empathy, and I am incredibly hopeful. People like Lieutenant Colonel French, who come into DEI for a little while and then take it back to the service. And, you know, he can go and do amazing things in the Army, and he's going to have that that DEI piece to him, right? That has shaped him. And that's what's fun as a civilian to see, you know, people come through and then take it back out to their commands. And you know, we're the continuity, we keep plugging along, but we really support all of the military out there making changes. So what a great question. Thanks so much. And over to Dr. Dillard.
Thank you so much, Dr. Milam. And I also want to thank our panel members for your response and passion with this question. I love this question. And I want to refer back, as others, to your point, General Pepper. And that is, your point's spot on. At the end of the day, in the professions of arms, it's about warfighting. It's about being more lethal, and as we are in the profession of arms. But I truly believe, and I personally have benefited greatly with much success throughout my career from working with diverse and inclusive teams. Now, as such, I've been able to improve teamwork and talent. I've seen where recruiting and retention has improved. I've gotten more innovation and ideas. I know that it can lead to better performance and more productivity. I know this. I've seen it. I've worked it. Now, I don't want to preach, but I most importantly, personally for me in my heart, I am motivated to do this because this is God's word. Being diverse and inclusive is the right thing to do. And at the end of the day, you know, I go back to all of us being created equally in this image. You know, many of us do not get the same starting points. And as such, to be inclusive of others can improve us not only on the job, but as a service and an organization and as a nation. So I've long recognized that this is not easy work, and it takes me and many out of the comfort zone. But I also recognize just because something or someone is different or have a different perspective, that it doesn't mean they're wrong. So I realize that I've got to respect other people's perspectives in this business. And if we start here, you know, be authentic, our authentic selves, and inclusive and supportive of others, I think we can work for a betterment of all mankind. So though this work is much like watching the hour, certainly not the minute or certainly not the second hand of a watch, that if you stay committed, keep the faith and keep it moving, you can make a difference. Now, a good example of this as we close is, you know, I was one that worked the DODI instruction for 1020.05 instruction for DNI. It took over 5 years. You do not have enough time for me to give you the barriers associated with trying to get that published. But at the end of the day, we did. It's done. And I mentioned what gets codified get done, okay, for years to come. But in the end, so I encourage everyone to just stick with it, stay strong, keep the faith, because what we're working for generations that come behind us. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much for those insights, and what powerful message and passion that each of you expressed for the DEI space and for what you do each and every day. As true professionals that you are, we are right at the end of our time, and you all have given us so much insight. I will go to the chat to follow up on a question. Lieutenant Colonel French, as high speed as he is, already provided the answer. But the question was posed for the Army. Recently, June was declared Army Heritage Month. The rumor is this will replace all special observances and block attempts to celebrate Pride Month in the Army. Is this correct? And I'll just paraphrase for you to Lieutenant Colonel French, if you don't mind. And he responded, the Army Regulation 600-20 does add Army Heritage Month as a way to capture so much of the Army's rich heritage. It does not in any way keep commanders from recognizing observances or celebrating our service members. So I thought that was a eloquent and to the point answer to ensure that observance months are continued to be recognized. Again, if there's any follow-ups, please put those in the chat. But without any other questions from the conference attendees, we will thank our panelists one more time, and thank you for spending your time and helping us expand the conversation, not just within the Department of the Air Force, but to what our joint partners are doing each and every day to expand this conversation. If you guys don't have any seconds or thirds, I will turn it back over to Heather to close us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was waiting a second to see if there was any seconds or thirds, but thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Perkins, Brigadier General Pepper, Dr. Milam, Dr. Dillard, and Lieutenant Colonel French for expanding our understanding of DEIA challenges and efforts that are being employed to break down these barriers throughout the DoD. We will now take a short break and we'll begin our next session at 1400 hours Eastern Standard Time.
Give me some time indicators too.
Welcome back to the DEIA Conference. During our next session, Major General Edward Thomas will offer his perspective on recruiting for diverse talent. Major General Thomas is the commander, Air Force Recruiting Service. The Air Force Recruiting Service comprises more than 2,800 airmen and civilians in approximately 1,040 recruiting offices across the U.S. and abroad. He is responsible for all enlisted accessions and a variety of officer accession programs. Major General Thomas also oversees all strategic marketing for the U.S. Air Force. Please welcome Major General Edward Thomas.
Hey, thanks, Heather, very much. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure to be with y'all this afternoon. Obviously, this is a tremendously important topic and one we just continue to dive into and try to do this a little better every day as we move forward. You know, our mission here in recruiting service, and by the way, we're based at Randolph Air Force Base in San Antonio, but we've got a worldwide mission, really from Tokyo, Japan, all the way over to Aviano, Italy, and many, many recruiting stations in between. Those you see in strip malls, those you see, in-service recruiters around our bases. But our mission in recruiting service is to inspire, engage, and recruit that next generation of airmen and guardians. What I want to give you in about the next, I won't say 15 minutes, because I'd like to kind of go through the slides relatively quickly so that we have an opportunity for some discussion. And I'd really like to take as many questions as we can. But I do have a lot to tell you. And what you can expect from me today is what I would consider a really healthy dose of pragmatism. I'm very pragmatic about our recruiting mission and how we approach diversity, D&I, but I'm going to really focus on the diversity angle as we recruit and we bring folks in. Pragmatic, not necessarily transactional. While people will say in recruiting that we're in sales, we're selling something, but we're selling change lives, we're selling national security, we're selling a value proposition that makes such a tremendous difference, not only for the nation, but for the individual. So yeah, we're kind of in sales, we're transactional to that degree, but with a transformational end. And I'll tell you, as we talk about the pragmatism here, we are facing probably the most difficult recruiting environment that we have had in about 25 years. The Army's come on record saying this is the toughest recruiting year since the creation of the all-volunteer force. For us, it's at least the toughest since 1999. That was the last time the Air Force missed goal. But as I jump into this and I kind of talk through some of the pragmatics of how we recruit for diversity, I just want to start with a fun video that to me embodies and in cases what we're talking about and how we approach diversity. This is one probably many of you have seen before. I think maybe Secretary Kendall even referred to it earlier today, but let me just give you probably 30 seconds of background. So we were getting ready to go out and film because we do all the strategic marketing for the Air Force and the Space Force. We were getting ready to go out and film a series of commercials out at Edwards Air Force Base. One of them was the Top Gun commercial that we filmed that was tailored specifically for marketing before that movie. But as General Brown, being just the transparent, genuine chief that he is, he was standing in the back with a lot of our folks on our marketing team. And he goes, hey, look, I've just kind of explained it this way since I've been a captain. He goes, you know, when I climb into the jet and I put my helmet on, it doesn't matter who I am, whether I'm black, white, male, female, Asian American, Hispanic, you just know I'm an American airman. And so just listening to him talk about what his perspective is on having a diverse force was so just powerful. We put him in front of the camera, and that's where this commercial came from. So let's roll the video. An American airman kicking your butt. You know, in simple parlance, that's what this is all about. For us in the recruiting enterprise, warfighting has been, will be, and always will be job number one. So as we do that, as we come together as this melting pot, this diverse force, this clenched fist. You know, I was traveling through the Middle East with Tom Friedman, with the chief and secretary and Tom Friedman from the New York Times columnist, a guy that's kind of grown to be a friend. He witnessed the kind of diverse force we had. Airmen like you see in this picture, sitting around the dining hall at Al Udeid, or out there in Baghdad, or in Kuwait, or Qatar, wherever we were. And he came away just kind of amazed. I mean, he was genuinely watching him inspired. And he went back to our national motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. And just talked about, and watching our American airmen just impressed on him that we are, through the diverse backgrounds, ways of thinking, upbringings, everything we bring to the fight, we bring all these into one clenched fist. And that's what we're about at Air Force recruiting. Readiness, combat readiness in our Air Force and our Space Force starts and ends with recruiting. So what I want to do is give you the two reasons, and these aren't official Air Force reasons. This isn't indoctrinated anywhere, but as the leader of our total force recruiting community, when I talk about diversity, and I talk about it often, here's the two reasons I give for why diversity matters. And as many of you know, this topic can be a polarizing issue in the media, in society. And I think it's really important that we're clear as we communicate. First off, warfighting is job number one, but why does it matter? Okay, here's the two reasons. The first one, again, very simple. We're in a tough environment, and we need to ensure that we have the best Americans from all across the country coming in uniform, like these young Americans in this picture, going to be in BMT and coming in and learning to be American airmen, American guardians, soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, etc. We've got to go get the best. And in order to do that, it's a math problem for us. Think about it like this. The Air Force or the Space Force is like a football team. And if we're going to hold tryouts on a Saturday morning, ultimately, we want the best athletes from all over town, all over the region, whatever your geography is. We want them to want to come out and try out. We want them to be able to envision themselves wearing a blue and white jersey and being part of the team. But right now, the simple fact of the matter is we have whole communities out in America that just aren't that propensed. They don't know about us. They don't understand us, and they don't necessarily see themselves wearing our jersey, but they're darn good athletes. And that's what we have to be able to do. So reason number one, we need to get the best. Throw a wide net out, and we want them to come try out for the team. And you have to be thoughtful about how you do that, hitting some of these communities that aren't necessarily as propensed. Okay, number two, I was a minor in college in military history. I consider myself a historian, even a little bit of a military sociologist in some regards. And reason number two in my mind is that we are a military who serves a democracy. We're not China. We're not Russia. We're not any other country you might name. We're the United States of America, and we serve a democracy. And in order to continue to be connected to that democracy, it's important that we look like the democracy we serve. I'll talk a little bit about how we do that. That's very important. But if time goes on and someone were to walk up into the 4th floor of the Pentagon, into the E-ring, and they 20 years from now poke their head into the Secretary's conference room, and it looks like a bunch of people like me or a very non-diverse conference table, we risk a further gap in military-civilian relations than we already have today. So we got to be smart about it. We've got to be calculated about it so that we are really trying to attract all of the best to come out and try out for the team. Okay, let's move to the next slide. So let me just move into the recruiting environment and tell you again why this is so important to us. This is what I would kind of call our math problem right now. We've got a set of short-term challenges and a set of long-term challenges that we're dealing with. The short-term challenges are we're coming out of 2 years of COVID where we have been too largely absent from some of the public spaces. Not because of our own doing, but because of the situation in the country. Number 2, historic labor shortage, 4 million more jobs on the street than people looking for jobs. Historic labor shortage, record low unemployment. Those are our short-term trends. Okay, here's our long-term trends. Declining eligibility, declining interest, and declining understanding of the military. So 77% of American youth ages 17 to 24 do not qualify to serve in the military today without a waiver. 77%. More than 3/4 of American kids don't qualify for the military today. Then if you look at the number who say they're interested or highly interested, what we call propensed, that number is a record low 9% right now. And there's a lot of reasons for this. I'm not going to go through all the details. You can look at the circle chart we have here, but you see very quickly how we go from a big population of 21 million down to the entire Department of Defense competing for about 455,000 people every year that are both qualified and interested in coming out and trying out for the team. Fundamentally, our foundational problem is this. We have awareness of what we do in the military today. Everyone knows about the United States Air Force. We have an increasingly or decreasingly, level of understanding of who we are. So people are aware of us, but they're less and less understanding of what it's like to be in the military. And all our surveys consistently show a trend line where people don't see themselves in uniform. And not from one demographic group. Yes, we do have some pockets we're having to focus on, but from all demographic groups, what we have is people that don't have any relatives in the military anymore. They don't understand the military, and they have a lot of misconceptions about the military. So creating that awareness and understanding is critically important as we move forward. Okay, now let me take a quick look at how we're doing right now, because there's probably some accurate perceptions out there on how we're doing in terms of the diversity of our force, and maybe some that aren't quite as accurate. So let's hit the next slide. Let's talk about our enlisted force first. Sorry to give you, I'm going to give you 3 bar charts, and I know you got to sort of take this in a minute. So let me just orient you on this slide. The left-hand set of bars is what America looks like. That's the demographics in America. You look at approximately 60% Caucasian, 9.1% Asian American, et cetera. That's basically the eligible demographics of folks that can serve in America today. And then if you look at the 2 subsequent bar charts, it's fiscal year 17 and fiscal year 22. There's a pretty steady improvement in diversity from 17 to 22. Let me put it this way. We are becoming a more and more diverse force from 17 to 22. And so that's what we're trying to show here. So you can look at the different colors, give you a good understanding of where we've come. but the enlisted force in the United States Air Force and the United States Space Force is a very diverse force. We, for the most part, look like America. In some cases, we're going to have to continue to watch trends. We're actually well below the average on Caucasians in the enlisted force right now. But for the most part, we look like America. We've got some work to do in the Asian American population. We've been working very hard, and we've actually seen an increase in those numbers. We have to continue to work in some of our ops-related career fields. Rated enlisted career fields and our special warfare are not that diverse. And we've got several different initiatives to try to help people understand and vector them towards some of those career fields to increase the diversity. Okay, so the enlisted side, overall, very, very healthy. As we get into officer career fields, less so. Let's go to the next slide. This is our non-rated officer accession. So non-rated, that basically means those who aren't generally in some kind of cockpit, not a combat systems operator, air battle manager, a pilot. This is the majority of our officers, and you can see already it's a less diverse force. You look at America on the left, and you see some very quick notable differences between both, and here we're showing FY18 and FY21. I'll park on this for just a minute, and then I'm going to move to really what we call our center of gravity for diversity recruiting, and that's our line officer accessions. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Okay, this is where we look in rated line officer accessions. This is our least diverse part of our Air Force. And so we have built a detachment here in Air Force Recruiting Service. My predecessor, Major General Jeannie Levitt, saw the need for this and basically created it out of nothing. And we have been working to resource this group of folks. And diversity is their mission. It's marketing, it's outreach, and their focus is very, very clearly rated officer accessions. Because if we can focus on a rated officer accessions, the rest of the Air Force will benefit. Okay, next slide. Now, one of the things in how we approach recruiting and diversity recruiting that I think is kind of near and dear to me is to help you understand not just how we talk about, but how we envision and how we actually execute our diversity operations in Air Force recruiting and Air Force marketing. Because ultimately out of this command, we do two big things. We have recruiting operations, and then we have strategic marketing and branding for the entire Department of the Air Force, which we work hand in hand with Air Force Public Affairs on many of these issues. But we've got that marketing mission. So what I want to show you by this slide is of the two ways we get after that, the two ways that we recruit and bring into that next generation of airmen and guardians. So you got two circles here. You've got a really big circle there on the left, and that process is how we attract. That is outreach, that's marketing, that's recruiters going out into high schools. That's everything we do, from base visits to tours to media to advertising, everything we do to brand ourselves at a national level and then reach out at the individual level to attract people to be part of our team. Picture us just throwing a wide net out over the whole United States. That's what we're trying to do in this process as we attract. Now, the smaller circle where you see the training instructor there with pushing a flight of new airmen, that's the selection process. So of these two, how we attract and how we select, it's very important that we understand and we communicate that the place that we can move the needle is in the attract circle. How we market, how we do our outreach, how we get people to get excited about coming out and being airmen or guardians, to get excited about wearing our jersey, and to realize that what we offer is something that's attractive to them, that we disabuse them of so many misconceptions, that we help them understand that we offer opportunity, that we offer community, wingmen, battle buddies that you would die for and that you trust with your lives. And then we offer purpose, an unmatched sense of purpose that cannot be found other places. So we've got to attract them. The selection process is what I would consider sacrosanct. If the standards are correct, that is not a place, that is not a lever for us. Now, anthropomorphic standards for flyers and height, and those are things that are always being looked at, and we have to continue to look at those. But when we're looking for levers to increase our diversity, we do it by how we attract people to come out to the tryouts. Then when it comes down to the team that we pick to go to war with, we pick the team that's the winning team. We pick the most highly qualified candidates. And if we do our work right, as we do our outreach and we go out to attract folks, mathematically, we'll pretty much look like America if we do that right. But we've got to select the best warfighter. Many of you who are on this call, as I often look into a room full of people, you know, I look out into an auditorium full of airmen, and I see male, female, black, white, Asian American, American Indian, you name it. And they're there for one reason, because they made the cut, because they had the thirst, the hunger, the drive, and the quality to come be part of the team. And that kind of high quality team is what we're all about as we recruit the next generation. Okay, next slide. I'm going to go through these next few slides just relatively quickly because I want to be able to get to some questions. But this just talks about our diversity marketing efforts. So we have multiple tools that we use in marketing, everything from in-theater advertising to digital advertising, which is the vast majority, 80% of what we do is all digital, to events, to partnerships. Partnerships with, in this case, 9 of our 32 partnerships are with specific diversity-oriented organizations. So we put about 35% of our marketing budget directly into diversity. Now, in the short term, that doesn't make sense. The ROI doesn't bear out. We're playing a long game here of what the Air Force needs to look like in the future. And so we are disproportionately investing in these partnerships. Historically Black college and universities, Organization of Black Aerospace Engineers, Supergirl Pro, lots of different areas where we can go in and we can specifically interact with and attract a diverse population. And then we're going through a very, very exquisite level of data analytics to be able to also target with lots of precision those diverse audiences, knowing the demographics of certain sites, of certain issues, to be able to use click-through rates, video completion rates, you name it. We are continually looking and analyzing how to get the best return on investment and how to be able to reach the audiences. And then we end up specifically with diversity, about 16,000 leads a month that we're able to then convert into actual recruits. Lieutenant McDonald, does this slide play for us?
It does.
Okay, let's go ahead. This is one of our Spanish-speaking commercials. And this is part of what we call our Rise Above campaign. And our Rise Above campaign is our rated diversity campaign. So we've got lots of different social media ads and other ads to be able to target multiple audiences in a precise way as we seek to get them to consider a life in uniform with us. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Just a quick look at the broader look at our partnerships. You can see we've got about 5 or 6 different categories, from STEM to motorsports to fitness to gaming to diversity. People often ask, why motorsports? Why do you do Formula Drift, or why do you do NASCAR? 40% of the folks that we bring into the Air Force are in mechanically related Air Force specialty codes. So motorsports is an important piece. Fitness is an important piece. Every single one of these partnerships of the 32 all have a diversity aspect to them. But if you look at the far right column, those are 100% diversity partnerships that are very, very focused in what we're trying to achieve with them. Okay, I'd like to show you these are a couple really, they're not even commercials. They're just teasers. So as you scroll through when you're kind of surfing the internet, these are kind of some of the things that will pop up, and the types of ads that we're trying to get in front of young people that are in our target audience. So go to the next slide, Lieutenant McDonald. So those are just quick tidbits. Again, that's what you're going to see when you're scrolling through these really short reels, part of our Rise Above campaign, as we seek to try to get people interested in what we do and what we do for the country. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And as we start to bring this home here in a couple minutes, we'll talk specifically about our Air Force Recruiting Service Detachment 1, because they're the heartbeat of diversity in AFRS. Every recruiter is part of the mission, but these are the folks that do this every day. We had about 2.5 folks when I got here 2.5 years ago. We've grown it to about more than 20 full-time people. We've got a budget that Headquarters Air Force gives us of almost $5 million every year that's focused, again, specifically on diversity. Now, has that always been on diversity? Absolutely not. Of the $124 million marketing budget, 32% of that is going to diversity, and everything that we do has this infused somewhere. But there's a multiple number of programs that we use. Zone blitzes is a big one. We are going to cities with high diversity populations, and we're blitzing and we're sending in a lot of our rated recruiters. We call it the AIM mentorship program, Aviation Inspiration Mentorship. This is almost 500, mostly CGOs, but others, rated folks around the Air Force who are ready to go tell their story. In fact, I was coming through the Denver airport about a week ago, and this really sharp African-American guy walks up to me. He sees my Air Force shirt, because I'm always traveling in Air Force gear to try to just tell the story. And he goes, yeah, I'm, introduced himself. His name is IKEA, which stands for I Know Every Airman. This guy's so well connected. And IKEA flies 135s at Offutt. And I recruited IKEA into the AIM program on the spot. And he's the kind of guy, along with a lot of others, that we're sending out into these cities to get into schools, to get into public events, to send bands out there, to do media work, to be able to go in and blitz that area that's rich in diversity, to be able to help our story. We also changed the reg about 1.5 years ago, working with SAF PA, to have what we call AIM High inspiration flights. Before, if somebody wasn't affiliated with DOD, we didn't have a way to get them up in an airplane. And now we're able to do that. So it's one of our diversity programs where we can have an inspiration flight and put a load of kids on a C-17 or a KC-10. We had the AFDW commander land in a helicopter about 2 weeks ago out at a greater Washington, D.C. school, and take a kid up and fly him around Washington, D.C., over the Potomac River, over the Capitol, as part of this effort. So it's using the tools that we have, our general officers in the Go Inspire program, to go out and engage. Principally, the target of that program is in diverse areas. So flights blitzes, the AIM program, and all of our youth outreach are really important tools to us. And then we're using all the strategic messaging tools that we have, Instagram, Snapchat, trying to hit those audiences that we need to be able to attract. Okay, I'm going to show you one more commercial that hits on our Aim High Flight Academy. This is a program that brings in largely diverse youth. We're just finishing our third session this summer. It's about 70% underrepresented groups that are in this program. And we teach them to fly. We get many of them to the solo point. They get about 13 hours of flight experience. And what we're trying to do is plant that seed deep in their heart to want to serve and to love aviation. So let's run that video. Okay, so let's wrap up with just a quick way ahead, and then we'll move to questions. So we're going to continue our zone blitzes. We're going to continue to get out into those rich areas of diversity recruiting, and frankly, every area that we can get into. We're going to keep working to scale our AIM programs, just like this AIM High Flight Academy. We're now working with colleges and universities across the country to be able to expand it by about 6-fold next summer. We need to get more students exposed to what Air Force aviation is all about. But then we have to be able to track that talent. Easier said than done. We have a list of folks, we follow up with them, but how do we really know that in 5 years from now, a high school student is now getting their wings in pilot training or serving on the enlisted side? To be able to track that talent and be able to use and harness data is absolutely key. Secretary Kendall has a sign on his desk that says, "In God we trust, all others bring data." And we live by that. We have got to be able to harness that data and analytics to spend each and every American dollar in the most capable and efficient way we can to get after this problem. And then a few other things, from how we do job counseling at the recruiting level to try to get folks into operator career fields, and then just continue to modernize how we're able to reach folks and make coming to us easier. Okay, that was a lot. I know I talk fast. We're passionate about this. There's a lot we're doing, and I would love to entertain any questions for the remaining 15 or 20 minutes we have.
Thank you, sir. So just for your situational awareness, we were able to see the video feeds for all these commercials, but there was no audio. So we're trying to work to try to get the links in the chat so that people can view them later.
Sorry to hear that. Go ahead.
So my first question for you, sir, is, since leading the Department of the Air Force's recruiting team, what has been your biggest aha moment regarding recruitment diversity?
It's been two things. The first aha moment is we really didn't have a way to track this. We weren't tracking it regularly. So in September of 2020, we're kind of right in the middle or early part of COVID. We established within recruiting service diversity recruiting targets. Now, I'm going to be very careful very deliberate in my word choice, not goals, because we don't goal on diversity. We don't tell a recruiter in Montgomery, Alabama, you have to have this many of this demographic and this many of that demographic. We couldn't do it legally if we wanted to, and B, it ends up being really counterproductive. So what we did is we established diversity recruiting targets that's based on the population of qualified Americans across the country, and now we measure those. every quarter, I'm looking at those and going, okay, what are we doing to improve this? Asian Americans is one we've made some modest improvement in. That's really probably our weakest area on the enlisted diversity side. The Asian American population is about 9.1% in America, and we were at about 4.5% 2 years ago. We moved that up to about 6% now. And by knowing and understanding that we are deficient in certain areas, it allows us to be able to use those marketing tools and those outreach tools to be able to go use those as levers to be able to make adjustments by hitting certain parts of the country. That's one of them. The second aha moment, and this happened from a media engagement that I had a very, I won't go into details and I won't give names, but this particular radio television personality accused me during a 45-minute conversation of not caring about warfighting, lowering standards, did not understand why I thought diversity had anything to do with success or warfighting, and basically said, why can't we be more like the Chinese military? This is a very, very well-known national name that everybody would know the name if I put it out there. It was I've worked with the media for 30 some odd years. This was probably the most hostile conversation that I've ever had. But here's what it did. It helped me adjust how I discussed what we're doing here is to make sure that every American first and foremost knows that warfighting is job one. That's why we do what we do, and we're never going to take our eye off the ball of combat readiness. That is the prerequisite that underpins everything we do. But as we do that, we also have to acknowledge mathematically, if we're going to get the best of America, we cannot. It's at our own peril that we don't engage in these kind of activities to make sure that we've got a diverse force that represents the nation.
Thank you for that, sir. Our next question is, how diverse are our recruiters and how early are we soliciting students?
Okay, so how diverse are our recruiters? We've got a very diverse recruiting force. We're really working at it. There's a lot of different things that, there's areas that we could be better. We don't have near as many females in senior ranks in recruiting service. Right now, all of our group level chiefs that are in these 06 level commands are all male right now. And we're trying to grow more female talent. We're also going to AFPC and asking them to give us, because we can do that. We need diversity and what we call cultural acumen, whether it's their race or ethnicity, their gender, or even their language. And so we work hard with AFPC. We've got a very diverse recruiting force, but there's some areas we need to improve. And there's some areas that while we're fine at the junior recruiter level, at the senior level, we're working to grow that talent that we need to amongst those groups. Second question, how early do we recruit? So by law, it's the Child Soldiers Act. By law, the earliest that we can recruit is 17. High school juniors are 17. But that's not really an impediment, I don't think, to us, because, when I was probably 8 or 9 years old, little Eddie Thomas was at MacDill Air Force Base watching the Thunderbirds fly in red, white, and blue T-38s. That's inspiring. And I looked up and saw those T-38s and said, I want to do that one day. And so we can inspire kids at every age. We don't talk to them actively about how they can come to a recruiting office and how they can sign up until they're 17.
Major General Thomas, thanks for that emphasis that we are all recruiters and our area of influence and those that are, seeing us in our uniform and what we do as we leave work and when we're in the community matters. Our next question is, I've read before that there is an overrepresentation of folks from rural backgrounds compared to urban in the military. I wonder if that's really true. And if so, what are the effects?
Yeah, I think it used to be more true than it is today. But what you've seen is a urbanization of America in general. So that trend is not nearly as prevalent as it was before. We have 25 Air Force recruiters around New York City. We get lots of folks from the Bronx and Manhattan and Queens, and Chicago and Houston, Texas, and lots of these urban areas. As a matter of fact, in some of the rural areas, we're challenged because we don't have enough recruiters out there. We have 1 to 2 recruiters for the entire state of Montana, of very rural areas. So we're challenged there. The biggest area that we have to really watch is the Southern Smile. So for those that aren't familiar with the term, the Southern Smile, that is basically from Southern California through Texas, Georgia, Florida, that lower band, a Southern Smile, if you will, in the United States. Typically, that is a far more propense or interested area in military service than areas like New England. But we need geographic diversity from the country, just like we need other forms of diversity. So we continue to play the long game, and we keep recruiters, up working hard in New England and Middle America and the upper, Pacific West Coast. So geographic diversity is probably more challenging than urban versus rural.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is it possible to relook at our qualifications and requirements, specifically around mental health issues like depression and anxiety?
Yes, absolutely. We are doing that actively. As a matter of fact, part of it, back to pragmatism again, when recruiting gets really tough, where there was people before where you could turn away and say, sorry, you don't meet our requirements, you can go to the Navy or the Army, or sorry, you can't serve. Today, we really can't afford to do that if it doesn't make sense. So we're relooking a whole host of standards. I'm going to give you a couple specific examples, but we've been looking, we use a lot of data science and outcome-based medicine to be able to determine who we bring in and who we don't. And we're continually making changes. Sometimes there's almost a misperception that we set the medical standards back in 1950 for eczema and asthma and mental health, and they haven't changed. We are constantly looking at those and working with them and using data. For instance, our mental health waivers, things we will waive for mental health, has gone up, I think, about 33% in the last couple of years, because we understand right now, not only with Generation Z mental health being an issue, but 2 years of COVID, there's a lot of issues that we've got to take into context as we consider who comes in. Let me give you another, this is not a medical-based standard, but tattoos. Tattoos is an area that we've changed a couple times. I was around the table in 2017 with Joan Goldfein and Secretary Wilson, where we loosened the standards on tattoos and past marijuana use. And we are looking at loosening those again. And even as it stands today, I now have waiver authority, where if somebody had, let's say, a tattoo on the side of their hand or the inside of their finger, by regulation, we would have to send them to the Navy or another service. We would refer them out because we couldn't accept them. I get dozens of texts now from our group commanders with a picture of a tattoo. Again, side of the hand, inside of the finger, back of the hand. It says, hey, boss. And in almost every instance, I've approved them because we need them in our Air Force today, and we've got to be smart about it.
Yes, sir. The term inclusivity is used often. However, the concept is not addressed in depth. As leaders, what is your perspective of the concept of inclusivity? In other words, what does it look like to you?
Yeah, so I intentionally, when we started this brief, I said I'm intentionally focusing on diversity, because our primary mission, diversity, is really the focus. But as we lead our own force, our recruiters, as we create the environment that's going to be high achieving, high morale, high outcome kind of environment, we have to keep that inclusivity piece in the forefronts of our mind. So what does it look like to me? At the most basic level, it's just good leadership. It's all the things that we learned in kindergarten or learned in Sunday school. The golden rule, how we treat people, how we bring them in, how we make them part of the team. It shouldn't matter what gender, race, or ethnicity they're coming from. It's about building those kinds of teams. In some cases, I'll say at the flight level and below, it's pretty basic. You treat everybody well. You make them part of the team, you get to know them, and you get the best out of them. At a higher level, let's say at a numbered Air Force, level, like in Air Force recruiting service, we're having to look at a lot of data and look at a lot of numbers. If we don't have enough of a certain demographic, it's an inclusivity problem. If we have certain barriers to service for certain demographics, we've got to take a look at that as well, because ultimately, and I don't say my very often because I really don't like the use of that word as a leader. It sometimes comes off arrogant to me, but I'm going to use it in this perspective. If my airmen and my guardians don't feel like they're loved and they're welcome and they're taken care of and they have as much chance for advancement as anybody else on the team for any number of reasons, then we failed.
Sir, I think this next question is in response to your comment about geographic diversity. In the Guard, we are limited to recruiting from our communities. How can TFI help diversify our units that tend to be homogenous to the surrounding community?
Yeah, so under total force recruiting, this is a relatively new thing in the last 2 to 3 years. We now have, over the course of the last year, one big strategic marketing program for the entire Air Force. For the Air National Guard, for instance, for the first time in 10 years, we have national level Air National Guard commercials. So as we throw that net out over the United States, we're throwing that net out for the Guard and for the Reserve, and we're recruiting nationally. Now, we still end up having to put a lot of focus on 50 to 100 miles around that specific location to meet the needs of those wing commanders, to be able to get people there, to be able to travel, to train, to do all of those kinds of things. So we're being able to help that equation, but there are still some inherent limitations to recruiting into local units.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, can the AIM program be expanded to other AFSCs outside of aviation careers?
It can, and we've done it to some degree. For instance, we've informally included special warfare into the AIM program. We also have one for Guardians we call Gear. So yes, what we just want to be careful and continue to make sure we're focusing on the biggest need and the biggest gap in diversity, and that is so clearly on our rated force. But where there are areas and there are apparent gaps, yeah, we have the ability to do that, and we have the ability on case-by-case basis to focus on those career fields.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is, are there any demographic statistics that show who applies versus who is selected?
Yes, absolutely. We track those statistics very, very closely. For instance, anytime before I approve, I'm the Air Force Approval Authority for officer selection. And anytime before I approve a board, I look at all of the applicant criteria and the applicant demographics and the selection criteria. And the goals that we actually do measure at a whole Air Force level is applicant goals. So ROTC, USAF, OTS, others have very formal applicant goals to make sure we're reaching a certain level and within a certain depth in that demographic. And we compare the applicant selection rates versus the actual select, or the applications versus selection rates. We generally do pretty good in that area, by the way, but we're constantly looking at that.
Thank you, sir. And the last question that I think we may have time for before your final closing comments is, do we know how bad press is affecting recruiting, i.e. military and prior military involved in extremist and/or other activities that aren't in line with our core values?
So, and I think I missed the very first part, but extremist activities, how those are affecting recruiting? I'll just be straight with you, very, very, very little. We looked at this a year and a half ago. And we scrubbed our books. We talked to all our recruiters. It's just not a major issue for us. We do things very deliberately in the recruiting process to be able to screen out that kind of extremism. But it has had very little impact. And on very few occasions have people come in already with a certain bent or ideology that's problematic for us. So it's just not a big issue.
Thank you, sir, for that response. Do you have any final closing thoughts?
No, Heather, thanks very much. I just appreciate the opportunity to be with everyone. I invite questions. Please follow up. Please feel free to give anybody my email. I guess I'll do it now. It's just edward.thomas@us.af.mil. If you have questions, if you want to challenge me on something, please feel free to do that. At the end of the day, we're about warfighting. And because of that, there's a very pragmatic need to do a better job of attracting the best Americans out there to come serve with us. So please know we're about America's business, and we're about making progress in diversity. So thank you.
Thank you, Major General Thomas, for sharing the reality of Air Force recruiting and for inspiring us that when we look like the democracy we serve and recognize that we are all recruiters and can impact our diversity, inclusion, and ultimately the lethality of our force. We're now going to take a short break and we'll return back at 1500 Eastern Standard Time. Welcome back, everyone. In our last session for today, we will hear again from Ms. Marianne Malizia, Senior Executive Service, Director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, as she shares about the state of the DEIA within the Department of the Air Force and where the office is going. Please welcome back Ms. Malizia.
Thank you so very much, and good afternoon, everybody, distinguished guests, airmen and guardians. Thank you so much for attending the inaugural Department of the Air Force Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Conference. I think the content has been amazing. I have been following your comments, listening to all of our speakers, and from my perspective, it has been an amazing 2 days. As you are well aware, this year's theme has been One Team, One Fight, Be the Change of Inclusive Culture. The intent was to equip you with awareness and insights about diversity and inclusion issues, as well as present you with resources that you have available to you to help you promote more inclusivity and equity. We chose this theme because with daily practice, we all can create a multi-level support system that will uplift the marginalized and underrepresented groups among our airmen and guardians, so that we can listen to their voices across the department and ultimately in our society to better understand challenges, perspectives, and values to drive towards a truly inclusive culture. Although we may not understand firsthand certain discriminatory or oppressive behaviors, we can use our experiences to advocate on behalf of those being treated less than and support them to achieve positive change. As we talked about during our 2 days together, all individuals must be afforded an inclusive environment based on respect, equity, fairness, and opportunity, so airmen and guardians can bring their best selves to their various work centers or in deployed environments. We must leverage the ingenuity and experience that all airmen and guardians bring to the fight. To truly affect change at all levels, it starts with each of us. It's critically important that you get to know your airmen and guardians, that you lead and encourage peer-to-peer conversations with others in your sphere of influence and foster respect for those of different backgrounds and experiences. As you have heard throughout our 2 days together, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility is a true strategic and operational imperative. It is not a nice to have, it is a must to have. To get this right, it must be incorporated into all we do and not be a standalone initiative. If we get it right, and I know we will, DEIA within our organization will be like a finely woven tapestry, fully embedded into each and everything that we do. We must learn that it's okay to be curious, as that really is the only way that we can learn. Perhaps not to agree with others' perspectives, but at least to understand others' beliefs and experiences. We must demonstrate empathy, which in turn will help to develop interconnectedness, compassion, trust, and respect. I hope you are as appreciative as I am for the many presenters who joined us over the past 2 days to share insights from their experiences, research, organizations, and unique backgrounds. Our conference's agenda was broken up intentionally into 3 sub-themes that focused on gaining awareness, insights, and strategies to 1, influence organizational change, 2, to build an inclusive culture to drive innovation, and 3, to enhance mission accomplishment. Our goal is to continue to bring positive organizational and cultural change within the Air Force and the Space Force. Before I provide my final comments, I would like to provide you with the state of diversity and inclusion to see what our office has been up to. Next slide, please. Here's a snapshot of what I'd like to share with you this afternoon. I promise it won't take too long. I know you've had a packed day, and so I will try to move through this, but I think it's important that you know what is going on. Next slide, please. This is a high-level timeline of the work we've been doing over the last year or so. In June of 2020, just over a year ago, the DAF Diversity and Inclusion Task Force identified a robust list of 63 initiatives for us to get after to improve both diversity and inclusion for the department. Those recommendations were clustered in the areas of culture, education and training, recruiting and accessions, the workforce, and our aircrew. In December of that same year, we also received the Department of Defense Diversity and Inclusion Board recommendations to move diversity and inclusion forward. And in that same year, we received the results of the Racial Disparity Review in December of 2020, and we hit the ground running with root cause analysis and countermeasure development last spring. And as you heard earlier today, the Racial Disparity Report was focused on race. In January of last year, so in 2021, the Department of the Air Force established the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, reporting directly to the Secretary of the Air Force, and who you heard from earlier today, the Honorable Secretary Kendall. We conducted another disparity review in September, which this time was focused on both race and ethnicity. And shortly thereafter, the results of the Disparity Review Addendum, which looked at the intersection of race, ethnicity, and gender, was released. In October of 2021, I came into the role of Director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and the office became a two-letter organization known now as DAF DEIA. Now, my team is taking the time to thoroughly build out our long-term response strategy to the Racial Disparity Report, the Disparity Report, and the Addendum, which will include coordination with OPRs and OCRs so that we can track our progress, build out performance metrics, and ultimately better understand our outcomes. There will be another disparity review conducted at the end of this calendar year. After that report is released, our office will have the oversight moving forward and will be providing an annual summary on the progress made on the findings from the RDR, the DR, and the Addendum. Next slide, please. Here's how our organization is going to get after the big rocks from all these different groups identified on the left-hand side of the slide, and the priorities that have been identified over the past few months. The priorities from the White House and Congress feed into our strategic framework with 3 pillars: to improve culture, to increase diversity, and to measure progress. The strategy then feeds into our 5-year plan for DAF DEIA, which reinforces the implementation of outcome-based initiatives that enable traceability and accountability with organizational performance in areas such as recruiting, outreach, accessions, retention, force development, promotions, and organizational climate. Next slide, please. Here on this slide are the vision and mission of our Diversity and Inclusion Office as set forth in the current AFI 36-7001. We are continuing to partner with OMB, DoD, and others to determine if our vision and mission should be further refined in accordance with executive orders and DoD direction. Next slide. The strategic imperatives for the Department of the Air Force Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Strategy and their associated future states are as follows. 1, to align diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility to mission. We will do this by ensuring that the DEI vision, efforts, priorities, objectives, and goals align with the strategy as we have presented it. I'm so sorry, I cannot see my screen right now. Just 1 second, please, everybody. We're going to increase leadership engagement and accountability. And we're going to also promote, this is really bad when I can't see one screen, so I'm trying to look at another screen. So let's see. I know everyone else's presentations today have gone seamlessly. And as I wrap up, I'm going to leave you with a lesson that life happens and we just roll on with it. So we got through there we go. Align diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility to mission. Secondly, we're going to drive leadership engagement and accountability to results. Our DEIA principles and our behaviors will be incorporated into performance evaluations and pay. Department of the Air Force leaders will be held accountable to emulate DEIA principles and will be accountable for upholding these principles, as well as adhering to all directives and guidance to ensure that others are accountable. And DEIA achievements will be valued and recognized when granting accolades. We also are going to champion a culture of inclusion. Our workspaces will provide safety and enablement in the sharing of different perspectives. Our training and tools will offer users the platform and resources to foster an inclusive culture and behaviors. And it's imperative that our Department of Air Force members trust leadership to advocate on their behalf and to support them in personal and professional development. And lastly, but definitely not least, we are going to institutionalize DEIA principles. Department of the Air Force processes must be long-lasting. However, they must be flexible, and they have to extend beyond individuals to transform the culture of the Department of the Air Force in a progressive direction. Department of the Air Force personnel must be all aligned to advancing DEIA principles between civilians, enlisted, and officer groups. And the Department of the Air Force will hold leaders accountable at all levels through transparent data reporting. Together, the four strategic imperatives serve as components to the Department of the Air Force diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility vision. Based on my office's inputs, we will move things forward. The DAF DEIA future state emphasizes the importance of communication, leadership, accountability, transparency, shared values, and trust. Next slide, please. This may be a little difficult to read, but I do want to cover, next slide, please. But I would like to cover just some of the many accomplishments that our office has had. Next slide, please. Well, I'll talk and I'm sure it will catch up with me. So I'm only going to talk about a few of our accomplishments, and it's important for you to know that many of these were in coordination with our DAF BOG teams, who you've heard of quite a few times over the course of 2 days, and that's really important. Back a slide, please. That's super important because our DAF BOGs are really enabling us to move forward. Back a slide, please. I think we have to go back 2 slides from what I'm seeing. One more. Perfect, thank you very much. So what are some of those accomplishments? And I promised you they might be a little hard to see on this slide, and so apologies for that. But we updated the tongue and quill to allow for personal pronouns. We launched inclusion talks. We piloted executive leader course on managing inclusively. We also hosted multiple special observancies, and we published guidance for units to provide lactation facility for mothers after giving birth. And we drafted the NDAA mandatory strategy and established a diverse slate policy, and so very much more. And I can't wait to see what's going to be coming in the future as our team works hard and fast to move the needle forward. Next slide, please. We have been developing training and education programs to drive diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility forward. We know one size does not fit all when it comes to training and education. There are those that like to learn in a classroom setting along with their colleagues. Others of you that prefer to learn in a self-paced environment, and still others that prefer a blended modality of learning, and others that prefer an experiential environment to learn. So with all of this in mind, we've got a lot of different ways for you to educate yourself and receive training. We have developed live, leading inclusively virtual experiences that many of you saw a demonstration of yesterday, which is an experiential virtual reality platform where learners experience real-world scenarios, interacting with avatars, and then receive feedback from trained facilitators on those interactions. We also partnered with Georgetown University to develop an executive diversity and inclusion course, Managing for Inclusion, which takes a cohort through either a virtual or in-person classroom learning journey. In addition, for those individuals who want to take their learning just in time or wherever and whenever they want, Digital University offers self-paced online learning tracks such as bias awareness and literacy, LGBTQ+ awareness, and the DEIA practitioner. Through Skillsoft, learners also have access to videos and books on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility topics. We continue to build out our offerings to ensure that our airmen and guardians have the information and the training that they need just in time. For example, for a recent Central Selection Board, our team delivered the Increasing Bias Awareness workshop at the beginning of the first day with a refresher at the beginning of the second day, just to keep awareness of bias top of mind for the board members. And to that point, we all have biases, or as some call them, blind spots, and that's just natural. However, we need to be aware of what ours are to make sure that we don't let them to come into play to have adverse impacts. Our team is also building out a diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility toolkit with resources for all levels. It will have slick sheets, recommendation for articles, videos, books, training, and other resources in hopes that that will enhance a culture of inclusion and provide tools to engage in those tough but necessary conversations to advance diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility across the total force. Next slide, please. So what's next? A lot. There's a lot more work for all of us to do. I ask that you stay tuned for the near-term release of our DEIA strategy. We will be embarking on a DEIA roadshow after the strategy is released, so look for us to be coming to a theater near you in the coming months. General Spencer spoke to this, as did the Honorable Mr. Kendall. We know that there is a need to embed diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility training and awareness at all levels, and we are working on doing so. I've already mentioned the toolkit that is coming your way shortly, as will be our DEIA Leadership Playbook. In addition, we are looking forward to the Department of the Air Force Diversity and Inclusion link on Air Force Connect for one-stop access to D&I information, upcoming events, and resources. Okay, I think that is it with the slides. And so now I am going to try to wrap things up for all of you. As I just indicated in the State of Diversity, all of the next steps in rolling out new initiatives will further change the landscape and move the conversation about DEIA into action rather than just remaining in the conversation. Over the past 2 days, D&I experts shared groundbreaking research to help you gain insight into ongoing DEIA initiatives within our department. And they shared with you insights on existing challenges that underrepresented groups face, while stressing the imperative to be an inclusive leader at any level within our organization. This conference gave us a rare opportunity to meet and engage with fellow service members, both within the Air Force and Space Force, as well as outside of the Department of the Air Force. Through our speakers, our panelists, we answered the age-old question, why does diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility matter? As well as what the department is doing to create a more diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible culture for all airmen and guardians, which of course includes our civilian personnel. This conference also served as an opportunity to come together and discuss things that matter. It is my belief that the information shared here over the last 2 days will help you to take that next step with more confidence, knowing that your concerns are heard and that we are doing something about them. I want to thank everyone who made this conference a success. First, to our keynote speakers, the Honorable Frank Kendall, the Honorable Gina Ortiz-Jones, Major General Edward Thomas, General Retired Larry Spencer, Dr. Stephanie K. Johnson, Mr. Jason Wright, and Mr. Thomas Riney. Thank you to the Air Force and Space Force DEIA Conference Committee team, made up of many voluntary representatives, for putting together the last 2 days' events, and to Major Heather Brooks as our lead moderator over the 2 days. To my team, DAF DEIA, who helped to make this possible, I would like to thank Colonel Janice Carroll, Lieutenant Colonel Rick Greenlee, Lieutenant Colonel Kimberly Champagne, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Phillips, Lieutenant Colonel Sherry Perkins, Ms. Sherry Atkins, Senior Master Sergeant David Smith, Senior Master Sergeant Holly Vaught, and Tech Sergeant Amber Kuth. And lastly, to our panelists, moderators, and speakers, I want to thank you for sharing your experiences and stories. You have all made this conference truly exceptional. Your contributions have made a lasting impact, I am sure, for everyone in attendance, and for that, I thank you. As we move forward together to tackle the very complex missions that face us, inclusive leadership is what all Department of the Air Force service members and employees must be striving to develop and model. In closing, I encourage you to reach out and develop mentoring relationships, both up and down, with lots of individuals that are different from yourself. When you find somebody intriguing because they do something differently than you, activate your curiosity and openness to difference and reach out and learn more. That is how we truly grow and expand our horizons and understandings of others. Build more human connections to build individual and organizational resiliency. Look for opportunities to question assumptions for yourself and for others, and explore those assumptions with curiosity and an interest in finding new ways of thinking. Bring in community partners to expose airmen and guardians to outside perspectives and different types of leaders they can learn from, similar to what we have done over the past 2 days. Build bridges with peers of different identities so that you can connect other airmen and guardians with colleagues who you know and trust, and who can provide insights that you personally do not have. Remember that authenticity and humility goes a long way in trust building. You can optimize skills and talent for mission performance when you truly know your people through these important relationships. With this information as our backdrop, we want you to take away today that you are all critical to modeling and driving the development and maturity of inclusive leadership across our enterprise. It is paramount that every one of us demonstrates what that looks like to those around us, whether that be your senior leaders, your peers, or those that you lead. We must be authentic and show our humanness after we get after the complex problems that we are tasked to tackle. When we take a look back a year from now, what are we going to see? Are we going to see an organization that is more inclusive? Are we going to see that we are leveraging the talent and uniqueness that each one of our airmen and guardian brings? I definitely am hoping so, and I'm trusting that you will work us to get there. I'm also hoping that there will be many more products, initiatives, and programs at all levels implemented as a result of our ongoing education and understanding of our diverse service. These efforts are of the most importance. This year's first ever Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Conference is just the beginning of the process of raising awareness around our community's different backgrounds and experiences. With our second annual conference, we hope to transform knowledge into action, individual behaviors into structures, and performance into authenticity. I hope you found this perspective and today's talk helpful in your professional journey. Please feel empowered to pursue your highest goals and support other airmen and guardians on the same journey, or actually, they may be different journeys, but all headed in a forward direction. Once again, to our speakers, panelists, and leadership, thank you for allowing your airmen and guardians to be a part of these powerful 2 days. Thank you to everyone for your service, your courage, and interactions that fostered connections at this year's conference, and best wishes for continuing a lifetime of service. I thank you for being a change agent to drive diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility forward for the Department of the Air Force. And when all is said for our nation, it is an honor to serve with you. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malizia. We actually have a couple questions that came through in the chat if you're willing to answer some. And to the audience, it looks like she may have just dropped off, so stand by one moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it appears that she did in fact drop off. So thank you all for participating in our 2-day DEIA conference. It was great to see everyone here participating and engaged in learning. For those who registered for this conference, you'll receive an email asking for your feedback about the conference. We value your feedback and would very much appreciate your response. Thank you to each of our amazing speakers who shared their valuable experiences, insights, and perspectives with us. We hope that you enjoyed these sessions and learned valuable insights and perspectives that will empower you to welcome diversity, encourage equity, create an inclusive environment, and ensure accessibility in your organization. Until next year's DEIA conference, we hope that you will continue on the path to ensure that we are one team, one fight,